Is it here or over there?
No, you sit there for now. Okay. So we'll request you. I also. मुझे तो नहीं. This is recording. Good morning. I don't think we need mic, right? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah,
okay, good.
The recording, will that be okay?
Yes. Well, good morning and welcome for this symposium on science of integrative medicine. My name is Kanchan Banerjee. I am the managing director of the Boston Center of Excellence for Health and Human Development. And it's a pleasure to have you all. And some of you have come far away. I know the farthest, as of now, I know Hillary has come all the way from Western Mass. 2.5 hour driving. Yes, she's here. And many of you who have been waiting for this session. I won't take much time, just say a few words about our center. Boston Center of Excellence is a platform, an institute, a network of experts, scientists, and practitioners of both modern medicine as well as traditional medicine, including Yoga and Ayurveda. We have started a few years back, and we had several events so far, 3 international conferences, and also many small events like this, both on site and online. This event is being broadcasted, actually, webcasted, so many people have joined from other parts of the country. Welcome to you all as well. We have done something very unique, and Dr. Balaram Singh, our chairman, calls it unprecedented event and activities we are doing. That today there's a crisis in healthcare. We know the cost, we know the affordability, the accessibility, all these are challenges for us today. Many of you are sitting here are medical doctors, professionals, including Dr. Bhasin, who's hosting this event. We know how it is. As you know, the cost is increasing every day and quality has not been improving as much. So we know that our ancient systems of Yoga and Ayurveda has a lot to offer. It's been there for thousands of years. I don't know how many thousands. And people lived healthy lives. And there is an opportunity for us to bring those knowledge and sciences and work with our modern medicine experts and see how we can help the world in healing. With that, I will welcome our host for this event, Dr. Bhasin. He is an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Med School. He is also co-director of genomics, proteomics, bioinformatics, and systems biology center with his Deaconess Medical Center here. Dr. Bhasin is experienced bioinformatician and biostatistician. So tooth breaking a little bit for me. With strong track record in computational vaccine design, functional proteomics, systems biology, and transcriptional data analysis. And he's also the member of the board here for Boston Center of Excellence. So welcome, Dr. Bhasin.
Thanks, Kanchan.
Okay, actually it's working.
Yeah, I would like to welcome everyone. And this is kind of an informal symposium. And my lab has a mission, and we are trying to accomplish that by help of Banerjee, Kanchan, and Rajat. We are Jay, and taking like a lot of people involved in that, because we want to understand, like, is, first of all, integrative medicine work? And second, if it works, then how does it work? These are the 2 answers we are trying to put together. And in last decade, my lab has produced some evidences where we said that, yeah, it really have impact on our genome. And the beauty of my lab is that I use the approaches that are used by traditional pharma to prove that their drug work. And is integrative medicine is good at the measures by which we say like, yeah, this drug is beneficial. So can we also say like, is integrative medicine is beneficial? So we have like multiple trials ongoing, and where we are working on different cancers, different stress populations to really prove it. We 2 years back get together with Banerjee and Kanchan to put together Boston Center for Human and Healthcare to really give push to this effort and highlight of my maybe recent 2 or 3 months is that like I took initiative in collaboration with Google and Patanjali in India to sequence and understand like how does the medicinal plants really work. And we are going to be doing our first study, biggest study I think that ever done on yoga people, like who are doing yoga and suffering with different diseases. Around 10,000 people will be enrolled within a week and will be analyzed at genome level in Patanjali in next month. Thank you. And you're great people, and I think welcome you all here. And, hoping to get a lot of input from you to improve our studies and to really make maybe integrative medicine as the mainstream medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. We will hear from him in a few minutes after our keynote speaker who has come all the way from New Delhi. I'll introduce her in a moment, but before that, I just wanted to introduce other board members of Boston Center who are in this room, starting with Dr. Purnima, Pawan Roy, and Banerjee. And also in our advisory board, we have Gary Weltis. You already met Manoj. So we are really very delighted to have a very special person who came all the way from New Delhi to be with us today. She is Dr. Rama Jayasundar. Dr. Jayasundar currently is a professor at the Department of NMR and MRI facility, All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi, India. She is a physicist with a PhD in NMR from Cambridge University, UK. She is also a professionally qualified medical doctor in Ayurveda, also trained in Western medicine. Her MR expertise includes experimental and clinical MRI and MRs, low-cost MR coil development, RF pulse sequence programming. Our MR research interests include applications in neuroscience. Our current research interests are NMR metabolomics of medicinal plants used in Ayurveda and their chemosensory signatures, MR in stroke, MR applications in Ayurveda and yoga, scientific validation of Ayurvedic treatments, and scientific explanations for Ayurveda. With that, let us welcome Dr. Rama Jayasundar to deliver her keynote address to us this morning, and we'll hook up your computer once you're here.
So good morning. and thank you for that very kind introduction. And it's my pleasure to be here with you all to share some of my knowledge on Ayurveda. So you see in the title whether Ayurveda should be considered antiquated or state of the art. When we say state of the art medicine, what comes to your mind is something like this. This is what you visualize, right? A purposeful looking doctor and working in a hospital which is technology supported and user of a system which is scientific research driven, right? When we think of Ayurveda, let us not pretend what comes to our mind is something like this. It's a very ancient system of medicine. It has been there for over 5,000 years. And anything ancient, we would like to think that it's obsolete. But if you look at the textbook called Charaka Samhita, which is the world's most ancient book on medicine, 43 commentaries were written on this, and it has been translated. It was translated into very many languages: Latin, Greek, Chinese, Tibetan, Mongolian, Khotanese, Arabic, and Persian. Obviously, Ayurveda was state of the art in days of yore, right? There's no doubt about this. Otherwise, nobody would write 43 commentaries on it, and it wouldn't have been translated into so many different languages. But what is its status now? Does it have any relevance in the contemporary time? We have moved a long way off 5,000 years. How things were 5,000 years ago is, we only read about it. So the environment has changed, our lifestyle has changed, our dietary priorities have changed, so many changes, which is to be expected over such a long period. So does Ayurveda have any relevance in the contemporary period, and can it contribute to the healthcare problems? So that is the question. Now, before we go on to that, let's get some basic information on clinical medicine. I know that you're all many clinicians here. So, but let's just refresh our memories. So when we talk of clinical medicine, there are only two things that play a major role. One is diagnosis, the other is treatment, right? So all clinical medicine, it could be modern medicine, it could be Ayurveda, it could be homeopathy, it could be any system of medicine. It begins with diagnosis and ends with treatment. Treatment is defined by what the diagnosis is. And the diagnosis is defined by how the human system is understood. If the human system is understood in terms of molecules and proteins and genes and cells and tissues, the diagnosis would use the same set of parameters, and the treatment would be in sync with the way diagnosis is done. Till here, it's not new information. But what probably people have missed out is this part here. There is a basis which is used for understanding the human system. That is understanding of reality. So the worldview of the basic sciences which has contributed to the understanding of the reality is actually is the defining factor for differentiating different systems of medicine. We all know that medical systems are all applied sciences. It's not a fundamental science, and it's based on basic sciences. So one of the basic science which has contributed in a major way to modern medicine is physics. Here, this slide shows how the various disciplines of physics, from mechanics to fluid dynamics to thermodynamics to quantum phenomena, how it has contributed to the development of modern medicine. So its concepts, of course, the aim of physics was not for developing modern medicine, but the concepts has been used by modern medicine to develop itself. So the ones written in white color, the white text are the concepts used in physics, and the colored ones are how it has been used or applied in modern medicine. But the fundamental contribution of physics is actually how it has looked at the world, how it has looked at the nature, the reality. After all, physics is the study of nature, understanding the reality. So there are two world views that physics has. One is a classical world view, which is a fallout of Newtonian physics or classical physics, and the other is a world view of quantum physics. So the world view which has played a major role in modern science is the one of classical physics, which considers world as being made up of building blocks. And this has contributed or played a major role in how the human system is understood as well. So when the world is understood as being made up of building blocks, so anything physical in the universe is made up of atoms. Atom is a fundamental entity, you can see it here. And you see how the larger objects can be reduced to smaller ones. This is one of the major aspects of the worldview of classical physics, where material objects are made up of the fundamental entity atoms. So you see here atoms make molecules, molecules make organelles, then you have cells, tissue, organ system, and then the entire organism. So here the larger object is the human system, and it is reduced to the level of molecule. Right? And the major focus of this structural hierarchical model adopted by modern biology and medicine is the focus on structure. So there is a predominant mechanistic viewpoint adopted by modern medicine, and you see that this viewpoint is reflected in everything that they do, be it diagnosis, be it treatment, be it even diet and nutrition. So there are definitely advantages of reductionism. It leads to better understanding of the components and processes involved at the cellular level, and one can identify the malfunctioning component. It could be a protein, it could be a defunct gene, or it could be any molecule, and one can design a targeted therapy. So there are definite advantages of reductionism. There is no second opinion about it, but there is a small caveat here. So there is an increasing realization that parts don't work by themselves. So for example, if you look at the picture of this cycle, there are many parts in it. You have the chain there, you have the handlebar, you have wheels, but then they do not work by themselves, but they work as a whole. So the same is true of the human system as well. So there is an increasing realization that the parts, yes, we have the genes and the cellular components, but they all work together in a coordinated manner. So there are emergent properties at each level. So when you go, you see that at the level of atom, there are no chemical bonds. Chemical bonds is a feature that comes at the level of molecule. Then as you keep going up the structural hierarchy, you see that there are new functions which emerges. So there are emergent properties at each level. So yes, so what? Let's take the simple example of moving from atom to molecule. We know that water molecule is made of hydrogen and oxygen atoms, but we also know that property of water is not equal to property of hydrogen plus property of oxygen. A very small example here. Let's take the boiling point of water. Boiling point of water is 100 degrees centigrade. But look at the boiling points of hydrogen and oxygen, which make up water. Boiling point of hydrogen is minus 252.8 degrees centigrade, and that of oxygen is minus 183 degrees centigrade. They simply do not add up to anywhere near 100, right? So it's way, way away. So if we are going to have this kind of complexity, which arises by the small step, you're just moving from atom to molecule, right? Imagine the complexity that would arise, when you move from molecule to the entire organism. You see these various layers of structural organization, and as the structural organization moves up, there is complexity which increases. So trying to understand a complex system at the level of molecule, that's okay, but if you try to manage a complex system at the fundamental level, we are going to run into problem, and I have shown a very small example of boiling point of water, how the properties change. So now we are talking of systems biology, which talks about how the cellular components interact. So you have the genomes, you have the proteomes, you have the metabolomes, and so interactions between the components of a biological system takes precedence over the individual function. and how these interactions give rise to emergent properties and functions, and how these control the behavior of the system is the subject matter of systems biology. And I would like you to remember this first point, which I have highlighted, interactions between the components of a biological system. I'll come back to this a bit later. So we talk of network of genes or proteins or small metabolites, right? Now, with this background information, let me change gear and go on to talk about Ayurveda, which is the science of life. So Ayurveda is indigenous not only to India, but to the entire Indian subcontinent. It has uninterrupted medical practices going back to over 5,000 years. You can look at this number in both ways. You can say something as old as 5,000 years cannot have any relevance now. Or you can say 5,000 years is a long, long time to have observed and documented a biological system. So the wisdom they would have acquired over this long period of observation and managing or understanding the system would have some value. So the choice is given to you all, left to you all, how you want to look at this number of uninterrupted medical practices dating back to 5,000 years. It's one of the most systematically documented medical system, and it is not an empirical system, it is a theory-based practice. So there are clear theories which drive the Ayurvedic system and practice. So Ayurveda is made of two words, Ayu and Veda. Put together, it means science of life. This is in stark contrast to modern medicine, which is science of disease. And because it's a science of life, it talks about health. When it talks about health, it talks about preventive and promotive health. And when it talks about disease, it talks about how to treat the diseases. So there is a presumption and assumption that Ayurveda is good in preventive medicine, but its strength is not the treatment. I beg to differ. One of its strengths is the treatment. How they manage the complexity of the human system is something to be seen repeatedly, to be believed. So the same old slide here, how medical systems are founded on basic sciences. So if we want to look at Ayurveda as a systematized medical system, it has to follow the same rules. So what are the basic sciences? Does it have any basic sciences which has contributed to its development? We have seen how physics has contributed to the development of modern medicine. So is there a parallel for Ayurveda? Yes, indeed. These are called darshanas. It's a word in Sanskrit. And darshana means to see, to view, to have an insight. And here, the last line here, you can see how the Greek word theory, the root word is the Greek word theoria. It also means to see, to view, to have an insight. So darshanas are a set of knowledge systems in ancient India which help one to understand whatever is in the universe. So it offers theories and concepts on physical and non-physical realities, on creation, how universe, life and matter have evolved and created. What are the constituents of physical matter? Mind, body, consciousness relationship. Tridoshas, I will be talking about this in greater detail. And Panchamahabhutas, the fundamental elements making up the physical aspect of the universe. And transformation of substances to form new products, concepts of measurements, time, weight, and length, and methodologies for scientific study and analysis. These are some of the theories and concepts that one can find in Darshana. And just like the aim of physics was not to improve modern medicine, the aim of the Darshanas was not to improve Ayurveda, but Ayurveda has taken whatever it requires from the Darshanas and put it in context of handling health and disease. So I'm not going to go into the details of this, but this is just to give you all an idea about how the various concepts in the Darshanas have been used in Ayurveda, have been borrowed by Ayurveda. So the text in white is what the concepts given in these darshanas. So there are 6 darshanas: Sankhya, Nyaya, Vaiseshika, Mimamsa, Yoga, and Uttara Mimamsa. And the colored text is what Ayurveda, how it has adapted and adopted these concepts in these different darshanas. So you can see that from Sankhya Darshana, it talks about mind-body consciousness relationships, causality, the tridosha, the tissues, the tissue elements in a biological system. And there are a couple of darshanas which are very, very interesting from a physics point of view. For example, Nyaya Darshana, it talks about deductive reasoning, logical inference, and it offers 16 methods of scientific inquiry. And these have been used by Ayurveda for diagnosing, for nomenclature of known and unknown diseases and medicinal plants and so on. So going back to this slide, let's start here. How? Because I told you all that if there are two systems of medicine which are different, the difference has its origin in the worldview. And so how has Ayurveda understood the reality? The worldview of Ayurveda is, I have put it as Indic worldview to sound secular, but it's a Vedic worldview. So the Vedic worldview was the worldview of the ancient Indians, and it talks about interconnectedness. It says that nature exists as a continuum, and it says that universe is a dynamic web of interconnected and inseparable entities in a dynamic relationship. So this is the worldview of the Vedas, and since Ayurveda is based on the darshanas, which are again part of the Vedas, it has adopted this worldview, and you can see that this is in stark contrast to the building block worldview of classical physics. Let me hasten to say that the worldview of quantum physics is very similar to the Vedic worldview. It talks about interconnectedness as well. So let's look at how this particular way of looking at the nature and reality has affected, as played a role in understanding how the human system has been understood by Ayurveda. So Ayurveda talks of 4 different domains in a human system. So there is a structural domain, there is a physiological domain, there is a psychological domain, and then there is the subtle domain of consciousness. Now you can see that each of these domains it's intraconnected, it is networked within. So the entire structural domain is a network, considered a network of channels. Let me hasten to tell you that although the presentation in English, and you can see everything written annotation in English, these are all taken from classical Ayurvedic textbooks, and this is not my interpretation, this is how Ayurveda explains itself in the textbooks. So there is a structural domain, and which is connected through channels. So channels would include blood vessels, nerves, lymphatic vessels, and even the pores in the cell membrane. All these are channels. So in fact, Ayurveda defines a physical body as nothing but channels. It says it is srotomaya. Sroto means channels. And the physiological domain is networked using a set of parameters defined by VPK, which is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. I'll be talking a bit more about it. And the psychological domain talks about a network of psychological parameters. These are called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. But these are also subclassified into 16 subtypes. And then you have the subtle domain of consciousness, which is levels of awareness. These are called panchakoshas. These are used and discussed more extensively in yoga. So you see that each of these domain is connected within, but what is interesting is also this area of overlap here. So all these are not only intraconnected, but they are also interconnected. So VPK acts as a common platform, a connecting set of parameters between the physical and the physiological domain, and the same parameters connects physiological and psychological domain. And then you have the psychological and the domain of consciousness. There is an overlap here. But what is very interesting is how this subtlest domain of consciousness is connected to the gross structural domain by the first level of awareness. The first level of awareness for anybody is a physical body. So a dead person will not have this first level of awareness. So the first level of awareness, which is the physical body, is the first level in the subtlest domain of consciousness. So you see how the human system is considered a seamless, interconnected whole. And you can see at the right top-hand corner the structural hierarchical model adopted by modern biology and medicine, and the gross difference between these two ways of looking at the same human system. So let's look at the classification in Ayurveda in a slightly more depth, because we are going to try and understand Ayurveda at a pragmatic level, right? Handling, diagnosing, and treating and curing diseases. So Ayurveda classifies the human system as gross and subtle. And the gross aspect of the human body has 3 different classifications. So there is a structure-based classification. The word in the bracket, it's in Sanskrit, the word denoting structures. So this deals with the physical aspect of the human system. And then you have the functional classification, which is called dosha. And this deals predominantly with physiological and psychological aspects of the human system. And then you have a system-wise classification. This system-wise classification is not the same as the one that we are familiar with in modern medicine. So this system-wise classification deals with physical, physiological, and psychological in one sweep. And then you have the subtle aspect of the human body, which talks about levels of awareness. And this talks about the psychological and other subtle realms of awareness. Now, I'm not going to have time to talk about the levels of awareness. That said, I would like to share just this information. The kind of emphasis that Ayurveda gives on the psychological aspect. So it says that perception in mind is reflected in physiology and health. And mental regimens bring mind under control, and they prevent errors in judgment and action. So we know that we should not smoke, but so that's the knowledge we have. Still, we go on to do that because we do not have that mental discipline. So the mental regimens are, I have written, as important as diet. In fact, Ayurveda tells it's more important as diet and important than diet. And training the intellect is very, very important in maintaining health. And Ayurveda offers very many methods to train the mind and the intellect. Now let's go back to this classification, functional classification that Ayurveda uses for diagnosing, for handling health and disease. In fact, this functional classification runs as an undercurrent to the entire understanding of health and disease in Ayurveda, which is why I thought I will focus on that. So when you say functions, there are many parameters which contribute to a function. Structures are very important. So you see the picture of the heart there, and you don't have to change the structure of the heart. You can just put it upside down. It will not function in the same way. So structures are very important for the function to manifest. Biochemistry has to be the right one. I do not have to elaborate on that. I have listed certain activities here: electrical, magnetic, mental, emotional, and many more parameters that are not mentioned here. All these put together contribute to a function. So a function is an emergent property of many contributing factors. And so if you have a model which is based on functions, it is going to be very, very different to the structure-based model. So you can see that structure and biochemistry, which play a very major role in modern medicine and they are inbuilt into function, right? So when you have a system as complicated as a human system, there has to be some way to classify and categorize the information. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to handle the system. We have seen how modern medicine has classified and categorized the human system. It did it based on structures. So it has grouped together certain structures which contributes to a particular function. So you have the digestive system where all the organs which are involved in the digestion process are grouped together. So Ayurveda also has to handle if you have to handle health and disease, you need to handle the information that the system is giving you. So they have classified, they have identified 3 major functions, which is movement, metabolism, and growth. So in the context of Ayurveda, these are called Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which are terminologies in Sanskrit. And so for convenience, I'm going to refer to these as VP and K. So all the psychophysiological functions, so Ayurveda does not de-link mind and matter. Mind and matter were separate entities in classical physics, and you see that reflected in the way modern medicine has understood and handled the system till date. Now, of course, there is a growing realization how closely mind and matter work together. But from the day go, Ayurveda always has considered mind, body and mind as one cohesive unit. So all the psychophysiological functions can be categorized under this broad-based classification of BP and K, which are subclassified into 5 subtypes each. So between these 15 subclassifications, all the psychophysiological functions in the body can be addressed, handled, explained, and so on. So VP and K encompass the entire psychophysiological functions. Had it only referred to functions, I don't think Ayurveda would have taken off as a successful clinical medicine. What has made it clinically successful and pragmatic are the points I have listed here. It has incorporated within itself certain parameters which are biophysical, chemical, physiological, and psychological in nature. So what the ancient Ayurvedic acharyas have done is that they have identified 3 major functions, and under these functions, they have put together a set of parameters which contribute to those functions. So for example, you see the biophysical properties like dryness, fluidity, adhesivity, size, stiffness, viscosity, weight, elasticity, and so on. You don't have to be a scientist to know that a change in any of these biophysical properties is going to affect movement. If movement is affected, then metabolism is going to be affected. If metabolism is going to be affected, then the growth is also will be affected. So you know that when stents are put, blood thinners are given. So what do the blood thinners do? They change the fluidity of the system. We know what happens if the blood becomes thick. It will not be able to do the job it's expected to do. So Ayurveda has used biophysical properties. It talks about pH. Of course, it doesn't use the word pH, but it uses the word acidity. Temperature plays a major role, and you can see certain psychological features I have listed here. All these are classified under VPK. So it's a very elaborate classification which has been done by the Ayurvedic acharyas over this long period of observation and putting together the observations. And so all these parameters are also connected. So I have just shown one such parameter. So when there is change in dryness, movement is affected, temperature is changed, fluidity changes, there is heaviness, there is lubrication changes, and roughness changes. So in fact, the entire biophysical parameters defined under VPK can be looked at as a network. So again, I would like to hasten to say that this is not my own imagination. This is how Ayurveda works, and these are information taken from classical Ayurvedic texts. And so you see that Ayurveda looks at the human system not in terms of structures, but in terms of properties which are applicable at all levels of the structural hierarchy. So for example, if you take dryness, you can have dryness at the level of the cell, you can have dryness at the level of the entire organism as well. Temperature plays a role at the level of the cell, temperature plays a role at the level of the organism as well. So all these parameters are connected with each other, and when this is in balance, it denotes health, and disease is a system perturbation in Ayurveda, which is why the how Ayurveda handles the disease is very different to how modern medicine handles disease. Even when we look at the medicines, Ayurveda does not use any single molecule medicines. So single molecule medicine is a feature of modern pharmaceuticals, but Ayurveda uses polyherbal formulations, and each ingredient is used in its native form as well. So because VPK was used to understand the human system, all factors which play a role in in health and disease are understood in terms of the same parameters. So it's easy. So VPK becomes a common platform, common language which can be used to manage the system. Medicinal plants, animals which are used as part of our diet and also for making medicines, food ingredients, environment, clinical symptoms, lifestyle activities, everything is classified and categorized in terms of VPK. I think it's a very, very ingenious, very clever way of, designing a way and common platform to handle the system. So let me quickly go through a couple of these classifications. So all physical substances, it can be food, it can be medicinal plants, it can be metals, minerals, anything physical in the universe has been understood in terms of VPK. And through these parameters, which are chemosensory parameters, basically these are taste. You have 6 tastes: sweet, sour, salt, hot, bitter, and astringent. And these are understood in terms of what it does to the system. So a sweet substance increases K and decreases P and V. In other words, a sweet something that's sweet in taste is going to increase certain functions and parameters in the body and decrease certain other functions and parameters in the body. So this is the thumb rule for our food, for home remedies, for making medicines, and so on. Let me quickly give you an example of how this is used in home remedies. So look at take the first one. You see that sweet taste increases K. In other words, sweet taste increases kapha. Interestingly, the word cough is from the word kapha. So clinical manifestation of increased kapha is wet cough and cold. So when a person has wet cough and cold, it means that they have increased kapha and they have to take food items or medicines which decrease kapha. Logical, right? The opposites. So you see that hot, bitter, and astringent, all the 3 tastes decrease kapha, and which is why these tastes are made use of in making even the home remedies. So if we boil milk and then you put either a dash of pepper or turmeric, because those are hot and bitter in potency, and it decreases kapha. And another very interesting difference between how cold and cough is managed in modern medicine and Ayurveda is Ayurveda says keep away from sweet and sour. When a person has cough or cold, they should not take citrus fruit. They should not take any fruit, in particular citrus fruit, because it's a double whammy. It has both sweet and sour. This is in contrast to what modern medicine will say. It says that it has citrus fruit. Oranges will has vitamin C, which is considered to play a role in preventing a cold. So this is a complete a different viewpoint. But the beauty of Ayurveda is that it works. And so that is how the physical substances are understood. Seasons and are also understood in terms of VPK. So you see that a year is divided into 6 seasons: summer, rainy, autumn, early and late winter, and spring. This varies from country to country, but broadly this is the classification. And you can see that as the seasons change, changes occur in VP and K. In other words, there are subtle changes at the physiological level, and there are changes in the parameters that comes under VPK as the seasons change. So the moral of this slide is that as the seasons change, we need to change what we eat and what we do not. So there are do's and don'ts for each season, and if we follow that, then we can prevent many of the seasonal diseases. You look at the spring season. In spring season, kapha increases for everybody, whether you believe in Ayurveda or not, whether you are in Mongolia or in Timbuktu or California, it doesn't matter. Kapha increases means it increases. It's a physiological process, right? And that is also a season of many respiratory problems here, right? In US, it is, I suppose in most of the Western countries, it's a pollen allergy season. That's because kapha increases, and if we change our diet and lifestyle and adopt ones which decreases kapha, for many of the people, the problems can be handled in a very cost-effective way. Now, activities are also classified in terms of VPK. So exercise increases V. Exercising in hot weather, suppose somebody wants to exercise at 12 in the noon, it increases Pitta as well. So again, I would like to emphasize, reiterate the point that when I say VP and K increase or decrease, it's certain physiological functions and parameters which increase and decrease. Happy state of mind increases Kapha. Sedentary lifestyle, happy state, stress-free life increases Kapha. And stress, worries, it increases Vata. And negative emotions like anger and jealousy increases Pitta. And then Ayurveda talks about circadian rhythm. So the 2017 Nobel Prize went for a concept in circadian rhythm, and Ayurveda talks about this. So you see that what we saw with the seasons is a Sarka annual rhythm, and how VP and K changed during the seasons as the seasons changed. Now this is what happens in a 24-day cycle. So as the day progresses, you see that there are changes in VP and K. And so there are, if we synchronize our activities, what we do and what we do not do with this circadian rhythm, then we will have a very productive, happy and satisfactory day. So I forgot to put in the slide for how clinical symptoms are classified in terms of VP and K. So clinical symptoms, it could be any clinical symptoms, even something like a cold, it is again classified under VPK. So for example, if a person has a running nose, the discharge is very thin and watery, it comes under Vata. If the nasal discharge is a slightly yellowish in color and it comes out with a burning sensation, it is a Pitta kind of cold. If the nasal discharge is thick, white and mucus, then it is Kapha. So even a headache, so if a person has a throbbing headache, it comes under Pitta. If the person has a heaviness in the head and a dull headache, it comes under Kapha. If it is temperamental, it comes and goes, it fluctuates, then it's Vata. So there are no clinical symptoms which comes outside the purview of this. It could be swine flu, it could be chikungunya, it could be multiple sclerosis, it could be rheumatoid arthritis. There are no clinical symptoms which comes outside the classification of this VPK. So this is actually the theory of VPK. So I told you all that Ayurveda is a theory-based medical system. So when a patient goes to an allopathic doctor or a modern medical doctor, what is presented to the doctor are the symptoms, and the symptoms are treated. So if the patient has pain, painkillers are given. If the patient has inflammation, inflammation is a symptom, right? If the patient has inflammation, anti-inflammatory drugs are given. If the patient has whatever, it's a symptomatic treatment. Now let's imagine that the same patient goes to an Ayurvedic doctor, and what is presented to the doctor are the symptoms, right? The symptoms are the ones which the patient presents to any doctor. But the difference between the diagnosis in modern medicine and Ayurveda is that because Ayurveda considered the imbalance between VPK as the root cause of the problem. So the symptoms tell you whether VPK or have gone off balance. So the symptoms connect the doctor directly to the root cause of the problem. So whereas this doesn't happen in modern medicine, right? So from the symptoms, the root cause of the problem, which is, whether VP and K have gone off balance separately or as a combination, is deduced by the Ayurvedic doctor, which means that he understands the causative factors of the disease. And in fact, he can even go further beyond this. They can identify the diet and lifestyle activities which actually have brought this imbalance in the system. So in fact, Ayurveda says that apart from accidents and traumatic injuries, most of the problems or diseases are caused by ahara and vihara, which means diet and lifestyle activities. So diet and lifestyle activities are the root cause of causative factors of most of the problem, and that's very easily identified by the Ayurvedic doctor. So Ayurveda addresses the root cause of the disease, and there are no diseases in Ayurveda which are idiopathic. So causative factors for all diseases are known, which is why a patient going to Ayurvedic doctor in the initial stage and to a good Ayurvedic doctor, of course, they get a permanent cure. The disease never recurs because the causative factors are identified, and as long as the causative factors are kept away, the patient does not indulge in the same, they can be disease free. So the therapeutic approach in Ayurveda is very comprehensive. There are physical interventions in terms of medicines, diet and lifestyle interventions, and procedures which are called panchakarma. There are also non-physical interventions in terms of meditation and yoga. Of course, yoga, the first 3 levels of yoga, hatha yoga is a physical intervention, but going beyond that into subtler realms of awareness, it's a non-physical intervention. So this is a picture you can see here on the left-hand side, picture of a forest, and from that height, you can capture the landscape in its entirety. So from that height of the helicopter, you cannot get the nitty-gritty details, you cannot get the nuanced information, right? But you can capture the picture in its entirety. And on the right side is the microscopic structure of one of the leaf in one of the tree here. And so from that viewpoint, you get nuanced information, but you lose the whole picture. So these are 2 different ways of looking at the same, and it can be complementary. So different heights gives you different views, and that gives you different understanding, and then that leads to different terminologies, which is why the terminologies used in modern medicine and Ayurveda are very, very different. So let's go back to the systems biology, and we know that the modern systems biology is cellular centric, and Ayurveda is organism centric systems biology because it includes all the dimensions of human existence. So here the systems, so this is taken from systems biology book, and you can see how the cellular components are connected, and Ayurveda talks about network of system properties. The philosophy is the same. I quickly want to say a couple of slides on diet and nutrition because there is increasing awareness about the importance of diet and nutrition. Even dreaded diseases like cancer are being brought under the ambit of diet and nutrition related, right? And so let's start with the current approach because that's something that we are all very familiar with and easy to understand. So diet and nutrition follows the reductionistic approach as well. You can see it reflected in how the food is understood. Food is understood in terms of its components, carbohydrates, fats, proteins, vitamins, minerals, and these are all structural entities. And the metric for nutrition is calorie, we know that, and the calorie is a measure of heat, and it's an energy required to raise the temperature of 1 kg of water by 1 degree centigrade. So all students of physics, we would be familiar with calorie and the experiments to measure this unit of energy. And the balanced diet in modern dietetics is in terms of proteins and fats and carbohydrates. You need to have them in the right proportion and the right amount of calories. And I am sure you all know how calories are calculated in the BoCE calorimeter. It's calculated by exploding the food. You can see the experimental setup on the right side. So there's a beaker of water here, and there's a thermometer kept, and you see that the food is exploded here. And when the food explodes, the latent energy it has is given out, and that causes increase in temperature of the water, which is measured by the thermometer. And you happily fix it, put it in this equation, Q is equal to MC delta T. And then we get the calories, how much heat the food converts to when burnt completely. And the naive assumptions are that foods are stable combinations of discrete compounds, and human body is a machine that burns fuels or food in uniform accordance with physical laws. So this is a very naive assumption. Let's quickly see how diet and nutrition is understood in Ayurveda. Ayurveda very clearly says that you are what you eat, and in fact one of the definition for the body is that it is annamaya. Anna means food. It simply says that we are personification, nothing but personification of food. And so going back to this slide, look at these two highlighted ones, the animals and the food ingredients. Food ingredients includes vegetables and fruits as well. So these are understood in terms of BPK, and the balanced diet is considered to have all the 6 tastes. And what is known is that all dietary ingredients and food items, be it spices, vegetables, fruits, milk, water, milk products like yogurt, butter, ghee, etc., all of them have been individually categorized according to taste. It is actually phenomenal work that the ancient Indians have done, and we do not know what kind of methodology they had adopted, but what we have is the detailed documentation which is still available. So each substance can either be a single taste, or it can be a combination of 2 to 5 tastes. And the functional properties of cooked and uncooked food is known. What happens, what are the properties of milk when it's raw, and what are the properties, how the properties change when it's heated, what are the properties of rice, when it's uncooked, what happens when it's cooked. So it is a veritable information. In fact, it's a treasure house of information on diet and nutrition. And all these food ingredients have been analyzed for the effects on BPK. And there are many, many concepts in Ayurveda. I'm sure we all will be able to, as modern scientists and clinicians, will be able to relate to these, because these are all concepts which are coming up in a very big way in modern medicine: personalized treatment and health, preventive medicine, promotive health, systems approach, circadian rhythm and health, mind and health and yoga, precision nutrition, therapeutic nutrition, sustainable medicine, environmental and ecological health. And I'm sure you all would agree that these are all pretty much state-of-the-art concepts. So I leave it to you all to decide whether Ayurveda is antiquated, should be considered antiquated, or is it really state-of-the-art. And probably this is the only non-state-of-the-art statement, because health is a big business. We know that. And to say that may all be happy, may all be healthy, may all enjoy prosperity, may none suffer, which is the universal, saying adopted by Ayurveda from the Vedas. So I thank you all very much, and I once again thank Dr. Bhasin to share my thoughts on Ayurveda.
Thank you so much, Ramaji. We can take a few questions. If you have, please raise your hand and introduce yourself, your name and what you do, and we'll spend a few minutes. And also, those are online. You also can send the questions through text, please.
So, how much you see, like in India, like Prime Minister, like AIMS, which like follow this routine? Like, do they like use diet along with allopathic medicine to really control the disease, or Ayurveda?
That's a very embarrassing question.
Because that, like, everyone follow all the medical institutions.
I think question is good, answer may be embarrassing.
Well, it is a allopathic medical institute, and there is, when we talk about Ayurveda, there is always skepticism, which should be there. There is no need for anybody to accept Ayurveda just because it belongs to our past. So there is a lot of skepticism, and unless those skepticism are removed and addressed, it's not going to happen. There's a lot of bias and prejudice. There's no doubt about it. You see it it's not only in that institute, you see it in all the educational institutes. So anything that's, see, the problem is that I think people do not understand what science is. Because there was no technology in those days, it's difficult for people to appreciate the fact that people could have been scientific, right? Because we are now surrounded by technology, and such wonderful technologies, right? And obviously these were not there. So it's very difficult for people to appreciate the fact that there could have been scientific thinking. Also, we have to admit that in India, we have a colonial hangover, right? We think that all the science has come from the West, right? So that it's a lot of factors put together, which is why there is a lot of a resistance and a kind of bias to Ayurveda and the Indian medical system, but things are changing. Now there's a lot of research that's happening, and people like me, like I did my PhD in physics, but I went on to do Ayurveda. So I suppose people like me can act as a bridge. The important thing is to explain Ayurveda in a scientific manner, and it's not so difficult. It is just important for people to realize that there is more than one way to handle a complex system, right? So when you have a complex system, modern medicine looks at it from a particular perspective. Even in modern medicine, the surgeons have a different perspective, right? And the internal medicine people, they have a different perspective. So it is important for people to realize that a complex system is so complex that there is more than one way of handling it. And if we have this understanding and open-mindedness, then we can use it for the betterment of the patients. Ultimately, for a doctor, what is of important is whether they can cure the patient. And if there is, it's important for doctors to realize the limitations of their system. It's not that Ayurveda has answers for everything, it has its own limitations. So it's important for people from these different disciplines to accept the limitations of their system, and also see whether there's any other system which can offer a scientific and rational answer. If it does, then I think we should get the two things together so that people are benefited.
Your name and who you are, then ask the questions, please.
My name is Jay Gupta. I'm a pharmacist and a yoga therapist. So my question is about the quality of Ayurvedic medicines. So my experience has been that, or whatever I read in Bhasin many, many decades back, that how herbs were picked from a mountain in a particular, in the right star at the right season, at the right time. We know it is not practically possible anymore. I used to also export a lot of Ayurvedic products out of the country. The quality, and of course allopathic products as well, but the quality of Ayurvedic products, even with the basic pharmaceutical standards, used to be pathetic. I'm talking about big companies like Beth, Himalaya. I know things might have changed now, but I'm talking about the internal part of the product. Where are those herbs coming from, and why and how the quality is being improved?
It's a very, very important, point, and there's been much debate and work on this. Now there are lots of quality assessment standards that are being put in place, and people have been instructed to fall in line and all those. In fact, what one should understand is it's very easy to quality control a modern medicine because it's just a single molecule. Whether the medicine is made in whichever part of the country, if 5 microgram of a molecule goes in, it's 5 microgram, right? But if you look at the Ayurvedic medicines, most of the medicines are polyherbal formulations because they are looking at managing the system. Single molecule will not do that. So these medicines they are multi-targeting, and each ingredient is used in its native form. For example, you take the example of, let's say, Chyawanprash, right? And let's say that one of the ingredient is a leaf from a particular plant. The leaf is used in its entirety. It's not that the molecule is isolated. The active principles are not isolated, right? So we have a polyherbal formulation with 30, 40 odd ingredients, and each of them in the native form. Now the standards that are used in modern pharmacology it will not be applicable to this, because you see, depending upon the geographical location, and as you said, the season in which it was the plant parts were taken, the phytochemical profile is going to change. I mean, this is well known even in modern botany, right? The same plant grown in a controlled manner, and then you do the phytochemical profile of the plant, of a leaf of the plant in the morning or in the night or in a spring season, the phytochemical profile is going to change. So it is going to be different. But what I think is people have missed out is to presume that Ayurveda does not have a quality control parameter. It's not possible for a system of medicine to have survived or to be called a systematized system if it does not have a quality control parameter. After all, when the Ayurvedic doctor gives the medicine, it has to work. Otherwise, the patient is not going to have any belief in the system. So they have their own quality control and standardization parameters, which is what my research focuses on. So I am trying to objectivize parameters that Ayurveda uses for understanding the therapeutic properties of the medicinal plants and the kind of parameters they use for quality control and standardization. That standardization is more functional in nature, and one of the quality control parameter is the rasa, is the taste. So I do NMR metabolomics for chemosensory fingerprinting. But this is a very important aspect, important factor that people have to be absolutely conscious of, that there is a minimum quality control standard, which all the medicines have to follow. Now the government is coming up with, the Ministry of Ayush is coming up with parameters which can be used. Things are improving and changing. So it definitely is not what it was maybe about 5-10 years ago.
Just one thing I would like to add here is, since you said it's like multiple products in the whole plant form, and a lot of people take pharmaceuticals, at least in the modern world, not just America, but India as well, and they are drug-drug interactions. So the possibility of interacting with Ayurvedic products for people who are using, say, Coumadin, some narrow therapeutic index drugs can be dangerous. And we don't have data on it. So I hope you will probably take the lead.
See, this is exactly my stand on this. When I give a lecture, people ask, can we take Ayurvedic and allopathic medicines together? My stand is very clear. I say no, because the body doesn't know whether it's allopathic medicine or Ayurvedic medicine, right? It's an intervention, right? So that definitely will be drug-drug interaction, and we have absolutely no data on this. So till then, it's better to keep them separate, because sometimes it could be fatal as well. See, either the medicines can potentiate each other, well and good, or it can reduce the activity, or there can be fatal interactions. And so it has to be. This is one area which needs to be researched into, on a priority basis, because the ground reality is that people take Ayurvedic medicines along with allopathic medicine, and there is also an assumption that Ayurvedic medicine do not have side effects, which again is not right. Medicines are medicines, and they will have side effects. Of course, the side effects are not at the level of the side effects of modern medicine. But what is interesting in Ayurvedic pharmacology is that they know what the side effects are, and they manage it with correct diet and lifestyle. So there is no delinking the prescription from diet and lifestyle changes. So a comprehensive Ayurvedic prescription will have diet changes, dietary changes, lifestyle changes, and also along with the medicine, in sync with the medicine. And also the form in which the medicines are used changes according to the season. So there are the fermented products are not used in autumn season. So the aristas and asavas, which are all fermented products, they are not given, the medicines are not given in that form in autumn season, because that medicines itself can cause problem. So in fact, it's a very nuanced, in my personal opinion, people may not agree, it's a very aesthetic system which looks into very nuances. So, there are also, I have not had time to talk about Prakriti. Prakriti is the phenotyping that Ayurveda does. And so this is a very important information for an individual to customize their diet and lifestyle, because different Prakritis are predisposed to different diseases. Now we are talking about prediction of risk groups. Risk identification is what the Prakriti can do. And so a healthy person, if I know that I'm a Vata predominant person, I know that I'm going to be predisposed to osteoarthritis. And I will not indulge in diet and lifestyle, or I will not go overboard with diet and lifestyle which can aggravate Vata. And as far as the Ayurvedic doctor is concerned, he uses it to diagnose the disease. So a Vata predominant person having osteoarthritis will not be pathological. It will be diet and lifestyle changes. That's the only prescription. A bulk of the prescription would be diet and lifestyle changes. Whereas a kapha predominant person, osteoarthritis will be a pathological condition. The treatment will be entirely different. So, and there are diseases where the diseases have a disease profile which are exactly opposite to that of the prakriti, which means that whatever treatment you give, because of the prakriti of the person is not going to respond to the treatment, or there's going to be side effects. So in that situation, what they do is they change the disease profile. They convert one disease to another disease, make the disease amenable to treatment. So one fundamental, quote in Ayurveda, as far as treatment is concerned, is that don't call this a treatment if your treatment is going to have side effects, or if your treatment is going to create another disease. So a treatment is where the patient's immunity is not compromised. So Ayurveda defines it beautifully. It says that the patient should not be weakened by the treatment. There should not be any side effects. So if the disease is such a disease that whatever treatment you give, because of the phenotyping of the patient is going to have side effects. They will work on the disease. They will change the disease from one type to another and then give the treatment. It's actually it's a very aesthetic way of, very subtle, nuanced way of handling the disease, and I think it's way ahead of its time.
Thank you. I'll come to you. There is, I don't know where you are writing from. One Murali Gudaballi, I think from India. His question is, first question is, what is the difference between yoga and Ayurveda? And then corollary to that, is yoga for prevention and Ayurveda for treating illness?
See, yoga and Ayurveda is like different ways of looking at the system. You have physics and chemistry. I always ask, anybody you will not find a single person who says that I believe in physics, I don't believe in chemistry. These are two different viewpoints of the same matter, right? So the same way, Ayurveda and yoga, they are all from the same knowledge pool and they have different perspectives, right? So Ayurveda, so yoga talks about panchakoshas, 5 levels of awareness. So the first 3 levels of awareness is handled by Ayurveda. Ayurveda is, in fact, Ayurveda tells why one should be healthy. It says that whatever you want to do in life, whether it is dharma, you want to lead a righteous life, or whether it is artha, right? So whether you are interested in materialistic things, you want to earn money, you want to become rich, or whether it's karma, whether you want to indulge in sensorial pleasures, or whether you're looking for salvation, whatever you want to do, you need to be healthy, right? Even to do yoga, if you're not able to sit, you have a low backache and you're not able to sit, then you can't do yoga. So Ayurveda is the springboard for whatever you want to do. Health is fundamental to anything that you want to do in life. Healthy body is important for healthy mind as well. So Ayurveda and yoga, they are 2 aspects of the same thing, and yoga focuses more on the subtler realms, and Ayurveda helps it.
Thank you. Dr. Purnima? You have a question?
So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I have a comment that this
Please
is
go
one of
ahead.
the best speakers and the lecture that I have heard so far.
Thank you so much.
We will have a break, but I think Banerjee, you were waiting for coffee to come in, then we'll take a break, or we'll probably then, Banerjee, should we continue for a few more questions, or there we are. Someone is here. Please come in. So anybody else has question? Dr. Anusha, she is also.
Basically, a physicist who believes in experiment and things like that, and you are practicing Ayurveda now. In your current practice, current job, you kind of try to use the physics knowledge experimentally to understand more about the Ayurveda.
Yeah, no,
for example, doing an MRI on a kapha patient.
So in fact, I'm not practicing Ayurveda. So I am more into research. So in fact, I don't practice Ayurveda. So the reason why I did Ayurveda was to see if my scientific expertise and experience can be used to look into various aspects of Ayurveda. So I use extensively NMR and MRA and a whole lot of analytical techniques to look into various aspects of Ayurveda. So one of my major research interests is to objectivize parameters that Ayurveda uses. So I use MR to look at some of these the biophysical parameters. And I do high resolution NMR on medicinal plants. As I said, I do chemosensory signatures using NMR metabolomics. I use clinical MR to look into the therapeutic efficacy of Ayurveda. So Ayurvedic treatment. So one of my stroke, what kind of changes Ayurvedic interventions affect in stroke. So I do functional MRI, I do DTI, I do a whole lot of MR. I use a whole lot of MR techniques to look into various aspects. So the reason, the objective is twofold. One is, of course, it's a validation. Validation is a fallout of these studies, but it gives us an understanding of how exactly Ayurvedic treatment works. So, if you go to Ayurvedic doctor, he will say, this is a Vata predominant. A stroke is a Vata, the Vata is involved in stroke. It's one of the causative factors. He will say, we are pacifying the Vata, right? But there must be so many changes because the treatment itself is a multimodal thing, right? There are various things that are given as a part of the treatment package. So my interest is to see where and how Ayurvedic interventions affect, so it can help the Ayurvedic community also to understand what changes it does. And the other reason is that probably it can give a new insight for modern medicine as well. So modern medicine looks at most of the diseases are idiopathic. The causative factors are not known. Whereas there are no diseases in Ayurveda where causative factors are, it's known in Ayurveda. So if the information generated through these experiments can act as an input to modern medicine, I think that would also be a wonderful thing. So my focus is I use NMR and MRA extensively. I use a lot of other techniques. Basically, whatever I can lay my hands on, I work on that. And physics is a study of nature, right? So it belongs to all disciplines. And if you look at the darshanas, many of the darshanas were also trying to understand the reality. And the methods they used are of course very different, because there was probably no technology in those days. They had used the best instruments available in the world, which is the brain. They had honed their thinking to such a fine level that they were able to put logic into their observations. Now we are talking of big data, right? So they must have had huge amount of data, right? 5,000 years of observations and documentation. So one of the things that really caught my attention when I studied Ayurveda was how they were documenting every damn thing they were noting in the clinic. And there were hundreds of books which have been written. In fact, this particular Ayurvedic Acharya called Nagarjuna, he had written over 55 books on Ayurveda. And how we know is that, we have the 55th book is available. So we know that he writes in that this is the 55th book I'm writing on this thing. And they had documented it in a very, very systematic manner. We have, of course, lost most of the books, and we are happily oblivious of what we have lost. We don't care what we have lost, but even what has survived, the information you get is quite amazing. So if you look at a chapter, you will have to tell me when I should stop, because I have this tendency.
No, I'll tell you. Please don't worry.
So if you take a chapter on a disease, it's so systematically arranged. So every disease, there is a definition. And so a disease is given a name for a particular reason. Most of the time it captures the cardinal symptoms of the particular disease. So for example, if you take the disease Visarpa is generally correlated with herpes zoster. So the definition says that sarpa iti visarpa, which means that the disease progresses like that of a movement of a snake, which is how herpes zoster is. And then they go on to, so first is the definition of the disease, the name, why they have named the disease the way they have named, and then they talk about the causative factors. There are no chapters on any disease without causative factors. It's called Nidana. So they say what are the causative factors of the disease. The causative factors of the disease predominantly are food and lifestyle activities. Then they talk about what is called Purva Rupa, which is prodromal symptoms. So the disease has not manifested in its full form as yet, but these are all initial stages. So for example, let me imagine that tomorrow I am going to have fever. So today I will have a lethargic attitude, a feeling, maybe I may have a feeling that I may get cold or cough, I may have a nagging headache. I'm going to feel very uncomfortable. Those are all prodromal symptoms. So all the diseases have been, the prodromal symptoms have been listed. Then they talk about the Rupa, which is the clinical feature. So a clinical feature of, let's say, a fever will be increased temperature, right? So you have the definition, then you have the causative factor, then you have the prodromal symptom, then you have the symptoms, and then they tell you how to manage the system. What are all the medicines that should be used? And they also go on to say who are the patients who are contraindicated for those medicines. And they also go on to say what happens if a clinician, doctor, is pushed to a situation where he has to give the contraindicated medicine to that patient. What kind of complexities, what kind of complications can be expected and how to handle the complication. So if you read these without any prejudice and bias, you will know that these are all from the clinical, from the clinic they have actually documented. So almost all the acharyas were keen observers and they documented. So then over a period of time, they must have generated a huge amount of data. It's not big data, it's huge data. We are talking about data acquired over 5,000 years or so and documented as well. So which is how probably, it's not clear what kind of methodology they used to analyze this data. Obviously, they did not have these data analytics and what we are using now, but they must have had some way of getting some logic into the data. And then they have come up with these theories, general theories, which are applicable even now. So that whenever there are new diseases, there's always a question as to whether Ayurveda can handle this, because these are diseases which were not known, maybe even 100, 200 years ago. So there is always a criticism that how is it that Ayurvedic doctors, contemporary ones, say that they are able to handle. What probably the Ayurvedic doctors do not know how to articulate or is that they should say that they have a theory. They have a general theory which can be applied. It's like a theory of addition or subtraction or multiplication or division, which we learn in our primary school. But then you can use it to solve any complex problems. So the same way, the theory of Vata, Pitta and Kapha, it's very broad based. Sometimes, when you want to handle a complex system, you need simple theories. You don't need complicated theories. So you have this theory of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, where all the clinical symptoms are categorized in this. So when a patient presents with the symptoms, they can actually do the diagnosis and give the treatment. And in fact, I have seen genetic disorders being cured by Ayurveda, which means, it's genetic disorder from a modern medical perspective, but obviously it isn't from Ayurvedic perspective because they cure it. And of course, Ayurveda also talks about genetic disorders, but these are not the ones that modern medicine, classifies under genetic disorders.
So with that, we will end this session. That was a very enlightening program this morning. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Since Dr. Bhasin has mentioned this is an informal session, I would take advantage of this just probably 5 minutes max. Your name and your profession, if you please introduce yourself, all of you, so we know who is here. Start from Dr. Anusha.
Hello, I'm Anusha Selo. I'm an Ayurvedic doctor practicing in engineering.
And Anusha is also a board member of Boston Center.
Hi, my name is Anand. I'm a neurologist. I work at Mass General in Brigham. I'm very interested in all these fields, particularly interested in neuroscience of Tantra.
And he's going to speak to us later in front of you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shalaka, I'm Anand's wife. I'm a medical student applying for residency next year. I'm Dr. Banerjee. I work at Boston Children's Hospital and I manage quality and safety. I'm also a yoga instructor. I've been teaching yoga for more than 15 years and I live in Hamilton. Kanchan's.
Hi, I'm Heiko Shah. I'm a scientist here at the Joslin Diabetes Center, and I study genetics of diabetic complications, but I have a lot of interest in yoga and Ayurveda, so I just come to all of these conferences if possible.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anjali. I'm MD and PhD in Ayurveda. So I have recently shifted here 3 months back, so I'm just looking for other opportunities that I can do here, so that's why I'm here.
Hello, my name is Jay Gupta. I'm a director of pharmacy and integrative health at a non-profit healthcare center. So my role as a pharmacist and bringing yoga therapy into the mix. My personal mission right now is to look at the de-prescribing modules. How can we really reduce the prescription burden, not just for one human being, but for the whole planet.
Namaste, I'm Pawan Roy from North Andover, Massachusetts. I'm a program management professional from the aerospace and defense industry. Very passionate about yoga and Ayurveda, and therefore connected with BoCE. Happy to be here.
Me?
Yes, please.
I visited from India, hosted by Kanchan, Banerjee and Banerjee. I have my own interest that study. It's profoundly interesting. You will find their profile here and the enlightening speech now being made. Yes, sir.
I'm Hillary Gerwaltis. I'm the Executive Director of the National Ayurvedic Medical Association and in support of Bhasin.
Please.
Paul Jongo, I guess in New England, I was the first doctor board certified in what was called back then preventative medicine. And I had a big idea when I was much younger, decades ago, to get all these doctors together, we could do so much more. So I had hired over 200 doctors and I had 11 clinics and all my good old days. But I retired a while back and I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do when I grow up.
Thank you.
Sunil Prajapati, I'm a software engineer and I'm here out of personal interest in Ayurveda and yoga.
All the way back.
I'm Rajiv Singh, trustee of an organization in India, Banerjee, work with children of prostitutes and HIV patients. We run a hospital, we run a private farm, and we do a bunch of other projects. I shuttle between Washington, D.C.
Satish, I work for Adventist Healthcare and was CIO of Roche, and I also supported mentor of CIO Irma a long time back. My interest is in Ayurveda and how it can be brought into acceptance by the Western world.
And Mr. Jha is helping us, Boston Center of Excellence. He's one of our advisors.
Vikas Murthy, I'm a urogynecologist, South Shore. I have a strong interest in yoga and Ayurveda as a practitioner of yoga and just learning more about Ayurveda.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Vebul, a retired oil field engineer, company completely not connected to this. I have personal interest in genetics and Ayurveda. I'm trying to attend all these things and learn more about it.
Thank you. You please.
My name is Kate Murray. I'm a yoga teacher, and I'm just really interested in learning more about yoga and Ayurveda.
Thank you. Dr. Raj.
Myself, Rajkumar, working in Institute of Advanced Sciences as an assistant professor. And my research area is protein structure and function and neurobiochemistry. And also I have one research project related to oncology. And in that I'm studying the Tulsi effect on cancer, one of the cancers. So.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sanjeev. I am a data analyst and I am also in health analytics. And I'm here mainly for my personal interest in yoga and Ayurveda.
Thank you.
Balram Singh, professor and president of the Institute of Advanced Sciences. I'm also currently the chair of the board of directors of the Boston Center of Excellence. I have interest in yoga and Ayurveda in the University of Massachusetts, where I taught for 25 years. I introduced a course in yoga which was meeting science requirements. And currently I'm doing some research with Integrative.
I'm Prameet Makude. Prameet means friend of all. I'm from Westboro, Mass. I'm one of the board members with Boston Center of Excellence. I work a lot in the e-healthcare space with United Health back in India as well, and have keen interest in bringing the best of the East to the best of the West. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sarita.
I am Sarita. So I always wanted to learn about the food combination of food of our smart company, and I make food like that, whatever.
Very good.
Good food maker. I can say.
Dr. Purnima, just quick.
Namaste. My name is Purnima, and I'm just a seeker of Ayurveda and Yoga and all the Vedic and our ancient literature. I have a foundation called Health is Wealth. I'm trying to do some work through it. By training, in my young age, I was a minimally invasive GYN surgeon. And also I've done fellowship in obesity medicine. Thank you.
All right. Did I miss anyone?
Yourself.
Oh, I already introduced myself. I will do it again. So thank you. We have coffee, tea, and something there. So we will take, 10 minutes break? 10, 15 minutes break, and then we'll reconvene. So those who are online, please come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Yes, that's what I'm making sure that it is recorded. Will we get a copy of the video? Yeah, of course.
Thanks, Kanchan. I think some of you might have seen some of these slides, and thanks, Professor Rama, for a great lecture. I think she mostly talked about Ayurveda and different components of it. That I think I have to admit, I don't understand fully, but I'm getting educated. I'm getting there. So my lab has interest in really understanding by using like today's technologies, like how do yoga, meditation, Ayurveda has any impact on our genome. So before I go into my talk, here is my disclosures, and Economics is one of our companies that design the the food for you by looking at your genome, and few other companies, but only few of them are related to that. Most of the work that will be presented today is done in collaboration with Benson Henry Institute here in Boston, and Walter Reed, and we have huge number of collaborators. Only few are mentioned here who made like big contribution to different projects. So before I start talking about genome, I will give maybe like a 30-second view of the genome. So we have like 37 trillion cells in our body. Like you have neurons, you have cardiac cells, you have like hepatocytes in your liver. So each of these cells, they do a different kind of function in our body, but their genome is constant. Every cell has 3.8 billion base pairs. And these 3.8 billion base pairs, they are arranged into 23 pairs of chromosomes. Okay, and each chromosome has imprinted with a language that we call gene, and that gene gives a particular kind of protein that lead to a particular function in our body. Okay, so that is how everything happens. Like if someone is having diabetes, he might have like some issue with a gene related to production of insulin. If someone having like a hematological malignancy or another cancer, they might have a abnormality with a gene that is associated with the controlling the cell proliferation. So everything is manifested in our body through our genes. And our lab has the capability to study each gene of our body in a single go. And then we also have a capability now developed, like where we can study 37 trillion cells of your body one by one. Okay. We are doing it right now in our lab basically, where for every cancer patient, we take their blood and study their each cell one by one. We measure 20,000 genes in every cell, okay, so that we can figure out like what is happening in hepatocyte, what is happening in endothelial cells, different cells. Because I think if you study everything together, you get an average phenotype. Maybe like it is just one cell that is not working correctly. So we are not getting at that level. But in mind-body studies, we are not at that level. So this is how our genome is arranged. So we have 3.8 billion base pairs, that is our genome. Then it has some marks which senses the environment, that is known as epigenome, and then they produce different genes. So our body has nearly 33,000 genes that is well characterized now, and these 33,000 genes give millions of proteins which carry out different functions in our body. And it is well proven by different studies that age, diet, drug, and our lifestyle can impact any of these layers. One part that was not well defined is mind and body, like yoga, meditation. No idea. Does that affect the genome? Like anyone who is like a yogi, you ask him, he'll say, yeah, it is, because it has some beneficial clinical effect. So we took initiative in 2008 and started doing our first study to really see whether yoga and meditation has any effect on the genome. So I will maybe skip this slide and go into our first study. And you can ask the question. I think it is not that formal basically. I think I want to maybe like make it sure that there is a take-home message in my talk. So our first study, we took like a group of novices who are never done yoga, meditation, trained them with yoga and meditation for 8 weeks, measured their genome at baseline 4 times, measured their genome after 8 weeks 4 times. And when I say measure their genome, we measure the expression of 33,000 genes in their blood, and that dictate like how much stress they have, how their like insulin is working, everything is captured in that snapshot. Okay.
No, all 33,000 genes will not be expressed in blood.
Yes, they will not.
So, but what you were taking is snapshot from the blood.
Yes, that's correct. So blood nearly expresses like 23,000 genes. Then as a positive control, so we want to find out like what happened to these novices when they did 8 weeks of meditation. So we measured them like before and after. And then as a positive control, we went to different groups and who are like long-term meditators and yogis who say like, oh, I know how to work meditation. I'm doing meditation from 2 years to 20 years, so I can like do that in 10 minutes. So we recruited them as a positive control to really see like, is this 8 week of meditation is shifting these novices toward these guys. So that is our positive control. We want to achieve what they have, long-term meditators. So after doing a lot of data analysis and other things, what we learned is that there are two kind of patterns. So there, first of all, there is some genomic changes. That is the first encouraging thing we learned. And then when we analyzed the data, we learned two things, that these novices, they have the small changes, they don't have the changes at the level of long-term meditators. So means that meditation have some dosing effect. Like if you're doing it for 8 weeks, you can achieve small changes. But if you're doing it for like 10 years, you might have bigger changes. Okay, that is one group of changes we got. Then the second group of changes we got is like, which we didn't see in 8 weeks. They are only there in the long-term meditators. Okay, so we've given them two kind of names. One is progressive changes. Other is the long-term changes. And then to really understand like what they are doing, and we've beautifully shown it like through these graphs, like where you can see like each one of these columns is a patient, and then red color means the gene is high. So you can see like these are novices when they are at baseline, it is all red. Then it start becoming green after 8 weeks, and it's much greener in the long-term meditators. So that tells us like, yeah, it is really happening at gene levels in real time. To really find out like what these genes are doing, we got like around 3,000 genes that are impacted. So that's a huge task to really understand like what they are doing. So we did what Professor Rama explained, something known as system biology. Yeah.
So you said that the genes are expressing high. There are some genes must be
expressing low too. Yeah. Both the sides. So we did something known as system biology, where my lab has a huge effort to really figure out like how do the genes talk to each other. So we developed these wiring programs where we figure out like how do the genes talk to each other, because in the body, no gene work independently. Everyone work in a group, like you're on the tables, you're like, everyone work in a, like different departments, like someone take care of insulin, someone take care of like proliferation of cells, so everyone works in a group, no one work independently. So we try to answer the question, is these 3,400 genes that we have captured, which are impacted by meditation, are they totally random genes, or they belong to a particular kind of like groups, like which are controlling our insulin secretion, which are controlling our energy production, so all that. So for that, we did system biology, and I will show a quick movie that tells us like how do we connected them with each other. Like each one of the boxes is the different component of our genome, like the genes. So we simulated them and connected them with each other. So they started forming kind of like groups. And if they talk to each other, we said these changes are not random. These changes are the real changes. Okay. So they form this kind of structure, and then we started studying this structure. So what we learned is the genes which are progressively going up, which are produced in more amount by meditation, they are generally belong to the genes which are involved in electron transport chain and energy production. The genes which are going down, they form this kind of network, and they are involved in mainly bringing down the inflammation. Like you can see here, like NF-kappa B pathway, that is the key pathway associated with the inflammation. So 8 weeks of meditation brings this pathway down that controls all the inflammation in our body. So when we did more mathematical modeling, what we learned is that inflammation is the main thing that is blocked by 8 weeks of meditation. And insulin secretion is the main thing that is promoted or like increased by 8 weeks of meditation. And then we just finished a randomized trial where we recruited 300 people and given one group by saying them, okay, you are doing meditation, you are doing yoga, and third group is just doing health education. Really find out, is yoga and meditation, they work through same way in our body, or yoga has something different as compared to meditation. So the group which are doing meditation, they are not doing any physical exercise. So they are just like doing chanting Om basically, or like breathing exercises, but they're not doing like any postures. So to get to that answer, before going into that, we try to understand, like from the literature, is someone pointed out any differences in between them. So look like in our study, which we did from the literature, what we find out is like this first study is yoga study, then we have some meditation-based studies, then we have exercise-based studies, and then we have massage-based studies. So look like this guy, NF-kappa B pathway, that is an inflammation that is down-regulated by yoga, down-regulated by meditation, down-regulated by exercise, down-regulated by massage. So it means like this maybe the everything is kind of impacting the same pathway. So does at gene level these pathways are manifested through same molecules or different molecules? So we're trying to understand that. So for that we did a randomized trial, and here is the first glimpse of the results of this randomized trial. So this is our yoga group, this is our meditation group, okay? And we compared everything with control group, that is the health education. We just given them a pamphlet, okay, you should eat better, you should like sleep better to have better health. So we compared everything with that. So in yoga group, we find a core set of 44 genes which are impacted. And these all genes are associated with the metabolism. None of them is directly impacting the inflammation. And if we look in the meditation group, like all the genes which are altered, they are directly impacting the inflammation. So, but in my previous slide, I shown that yoga also impacts the inflammation. So there is two ways of getting to inflammation. So for that, we did the system biology. And when we did the system biology, so this is meditation impact on NF-kappa B. So it affects the inflammation. Then this is the network of yoga people, and it also impact the NF-kappa B. So there is multiple routes by which you can reduce inflammation. So that's what we learned from it. So this is our first study. Then we like started full speed. Like, okay, there is something that yoga and meditation impacting the genome. So let's do some more studies in different diseases. So our first study was done in IBD and IBS patients, because like everyone want to put their bucks at a place like where they think like it's going to have positive results. We know that inflammation is a big thing in IBD, inflammatory bowel disease. And we are saying like meditation is impacting inflammation. So we are hoping for positive results here. Okay. So we did the study in this fashion. We did the baseline IBD and IBS patients, and we have like around 40 patients. Measured their genome at baseline, measured their genome after 8 weeks, and did everything genomics. And we see that both in IBS group and IBD group, we see a changes in the genome after 8 weeks of meditation, and then we did like our system biology to really understand like what is happening. So each dot here is a gene. Each dot is how they talk to each other. And if you zoom into this graph, you clearly see that what meditation is bringing down is this inflammation molecule NF-kappa B. So that further like strengthen our hypothesis that actually this is not true only for stressed population, this is also true for a diseased population. Then that is our second finding by saying like meditation impact inflammation through NF-kappa B. And I think all of these are published results. And then we did our third study.
Sorry, was there a functional difference also for the patients? You're showing it at a genotype level.
Yeah. So we see like they reported that they have a better quality of life. There is a reduction in the pain index score. So that is there. And I think maybe this one maybe we'll show that. I will show that data for the hypertension. So we did our third study in hypertensive patients. And we took like hypertensive subjects at baseline, given the week of medication, measured their blood pressure. We also did like MRI for their cardiac things, echo on them, and we also did like a genomics on each one of them. And we measured their genome. So when we looked at the results, looked like out of 24 patients that we did, like around 55% of them show response at blood pressure level. Okay, so we see there's a reduction in their systolic blood pressure and their diastolic blood pressure, and it come down within the normal range. Okay, and like rest of them don't see any change in their blood pressure. So then we said, oh, this group is kind of a responder. This group is a kind of non-responder. Is there any difference in between these two groups? Simple question we asked that. I will maybe skip that one. Okay. So in the responder group, what we learned is that these pathways are going up. Okay, and maybe like circadian rhythm related pathways are going up, glucose transport related pathways are going up. But what is going down, that is very interesting for us, that inflammation pathway is going down only in responders, but not in non-responders. It means that it might be associated with reduced inflammation in the people who shown a reduction in their blood pressure. And when we did system biology to really understand like who is doing it, so we got this map, and mainly all the inflammation related molecules like TNF alpha, TLR8, and I think NF-kappa B, they are all going down. That again, we made same conclusion that meditation impact inflammation. Is that making any sense? Okay. So then we went ahead and just finished a study in TBI and PTSD patients. These are all warriors, service members who came back from Afghanistan or Iraq. And we measure their genome at baseline, and then they come to Walter Reed, where we measure their genome every week. So we measure their genome till 4 weeks when they are there. So in the control group, okay, and in the PTSD group, when we compare the genome changes without giving them any medication, like, so we comparing the control group and PTSD group to really understand like what is going on in them, basically, like what is impacted in them. So all of these red circles, you see that they have a huge amount of inflammation going on in their blood in these PTSD and MTBI patients. So they said maybe meditation is going to have impact on it, so let's treat them for meditation for 4 weeks. So we treated them with meditation for 4 weeks. We took their baseline samples. We took their samples after 2 weeks of intervention. We took their sample after 4 weeks of intervention. And we see that there is significant amount of change in 2 weeks as compared to baseline, and in 4 weeks as compared to baseline. That's great. Then we try to understand like what pathways 2 weeks of intervention is impacting, what pathways 4 weeks of intervention is impacting. So it has an impact on multiple pathways related to inflammation, and this pathway like neuroinflammation stuck out. Okay, so meditation is impacting neuroinflammation in MTBI and PTSD patients, and this happened in 2 weeks, in first 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, there is a impact on different pathways related to neuronal damage and other things that meditation starts impacting. Then we try to understand like so we try to understand like what are the genes which are impacted by the meditation and which correlate with the clinical improvement in MTBI. There is a gene known as V3A that is doing it. And this gene is straight correlated with the amount of time spent on the therapy. And if we look at this gene, that is just expressed in our brain cells. And another gene that comes out is CXCL13, that is a potent inflammation gene that is negatively correlated with the therapy. So it looked like to us, basically, in our MTBI and PTSD patients, neuroinflammation is impacted at 2 weeks, and upregulation of neuron synapse-related genes after 4 weeks. So this is the story from our end. This is from our group. Like, is other groups are doing the same thing, or we're sitting in India or West Coast, they are doing they are finding something different. So we looked at the results from other groups. There is a group from California.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The question I have about the hypertension. First question is, did you see any difference between the systolic and diastolic reduction? Was it both went down or systolic went down more?
Yeah, so I think in the patient which we considered as a responder, we said the systolic and diastolic both need to go down. But we saw some patients where the systolic only go down and diastolic only go down. And we said, oh, and like if I remember it correctly, systolic went down in more number of patients as compared to diastolic.
That's what I've seen in other studies as well. Systolic goes down more.
Yeah.
So it seems like your study is concluding that inflammation is connected with hypertension.
Yes.
Do we see the same effect in medicine as well?
Because
there are a lot of people who are non-responders to antihypertensive drugs as well.
So there is a huge study came out of Birmingham Heart study after we published these data, where they looked at the genome of 7,800 people who have hypertension. And what they learned is that one of the things that stand out in everyone who is inflamed is hypertensive. Okay, so it might not be like a driving factor, but it is an association basically. I will not say that. So inflammation has something to do with either making non-responsiveness in the hypertensive patients. That might be true, but I will not go too far and say like it is causative. It might not be causative.
But right now, what I know from the drug perspective, you use a beta blocker, alpha blocker, calcium channel blocker, ACE inhibitors, they're related to specific, physiology.
Yeah. So I think it like what we are really understanding by genomics is basically we used to think basically that a beta blocker is just like ACE inhibitor. It had nothing to do with the T cells or immune system. But you read it, data came out of recently from MGH, from Arch General Hospital, a huge group, where they said like losartan, a drug that is an antihypertensive drug basically, can give pancreatic cancer patients 2 years of survival. Okay, how does it do it? It manipulates their immune system. So this, I think, immune linkage of these hypertensive drugs is just coming into the picture Because when people designed these drugs, they said, oh, like they just work on very specific molecule. But they work on specific molecule, but they alter your genome inflammation like any.
ACE inhibitors we recommend for everybody who is diabetic.
So we have a beautiful study that coming out soon where like kidney cancer patients who are given like standard treatment, one group become like resistant to the treatment within 3 months. Another group keep on going. We went into their medical record and tried to see like what is happening in this group like that is going on basically. So what we learned is they are on beta blockers, and like this is beta blocker that is doing it. So we put the second group on beta blockers and they start responding. So they have like these hypertensive drugs have some linkage to the immune system. That is what my understanding is. Yeah. Okay.
What was the difference in clinical characteristics between responders and non-responders?
For hypertensive study?
Yeah.
So I think major thing I think we looked into these people is like their blood pressure. We also did like echo and other things, but everything is negative. I think we don't see any change in the like on other parameters, but we see like on the psychological parameters, the quality of life is improving and other things are happening. But like concrete thing we found is blood pressure is going down. No, they are similar. We matched them 100%. So I think Kanchan said like only 5 minutes maybe. So inflammation is the key thing that is impacted by mind-body meditation. So I will maybe go into maybe like skip a lot of other studies which are done by other groups and show like a fantastic data that we just published on cancer. So let's shift the gear onto cancer. So we started looking at like, is inflammation playing a role in cancers? And my group is data groups, and we did study on few cancers. AML, high level of inflammation, low survival. Breast cancer, high level of inflammation, low survival. Ovarian cancer, high level of inflammation, low survival. Glioblastoma, high level of inflammation, low survival. So that tells us basically like inflammation is making cancers like more aggressive. It might not be like that is causing cancers, but it is making them more aggressive. And then we've chosen multiple myeloma as our first study to really understand the impact of meditation on multiple myeloma. This study is done at MGH, where we took a group of people who has like smoldering multiple myeloma, like precursor stage of multiple myeloma, and given them active intervention for 3 months and given them like a follow period of 3 months where they do meditation on their own. And then we try to understand like what is happening in their genome. The one thing that stood out is like the people who are getting like immediate intervention, basically there is this huge drop in NF-kappa B activity in these guys. Basically. Inflammation is going down like anything in these people. So that make us to think basically that they might gonna progress slowly, but it is a little bit early for us because we are following them up from last 3 years. So we're going to follow them up for 10 years. Let's see like, if these precursor stages of multiple myeloma who are doing meditation, who have a low level of NF-kappa B and inflammation, do they going to progress slowly? Then, like when I was doing these studies, so my mentor, Vikas Sukhatme, who is now the Dean of MD School of Medicine, he said, Manoj, you are talking all the time about inflammation and meditation. There's a lot of drugs which lower down inflammation basically. Why don't we try them basically? Okay, we can try that. And he's a hardcore biologist. So we said, okay, let's pick up the breast cancer example. So in breast cancer, the reoccurrence of the disease happened within 18 months of the first surgery or a primary tumor. Okay. There is a Belgian group who did like a beautiful study where they said like within 18 months or like 2 years of surgery, you see a huge reoccurrence. Why? What surgery is doing that is making cancer to spread in the body. Okay, so is surgery is inducing immunosuppression, or the inflammation due to surgery is causing the cancer to spread? Let's try to find this answer. And we are not the first one. Basically, there's a group in 1990s, no, 1950, when I'm not born. So this group, like smartly, like they took a mouse model, and in the liver they implanted like cancer cells. One group, they have not done anything. There is no tumor formation. In the second group, they kept on doing the surgeries on them again and again. And what they learned is, after again and again surgery on the group number 2, the liver is full of tumors. Why? So surgery is making inflammation or immunosuppression that is causing it. So a beautiful studies done by a group in Belgium, where like this anesthesia person who looked onto the data from breast cancer patients, before anyone go for surgery, they give some like painkiller. So he's giving them different painkillers to different people. And he said, like, is there any group where like after I give a particular kind of painkiller, there's no reoccurrence? So he learned that one group that he's giving a compound that is known as ketorolac, that is an anti-inflammatory compound. It's a COX-1 inhibitor. When he gives people who are having COX-1 inhibitor, the survival is much better. Reoccurrence is pretty low. So we had, yeah, that makes sense. Let's study it in a mouse model. We generated like tons and tons of mouse models. One group we are giving pre-operative ketorolac, other group we are not giving any ketorolac, or we are giving them like post-op after the surgery ketorolac. If you give pre-operatively ketorolac, every mouse survives. And this is from lung cancer, this is from breast cancer, this is from sarcoma. So story is same. If you block inflammation before the surgery, reoccurrence will not occur. So, like, this is the effect of surgery. So we like have one group with ketorolac and giving them surgery. There is no reoccurrence. One group, no ketorolac, only surgery. Tumor grow like anything. So that tells us like surgery is inducing some immunosuppression. It is doing something in our body, and this is inflammation that we are trying to block by mind-body meditation. Okay. So we did single cell genomics where we measure every cell of the mouse and try to understand like what cells are getting impacted. Yeah.
Was that a single dose of preoperative ketorolac, or was it like for a couple of days?
No, single dose. So we did study each one of these animals which are given ketorolac, which are not given ketorolac at single cell level. Each dot is one cell, and we took these cells from their spleen. So you see like control group and ketorolac group, a lot of like groups like where there is no change in the proportion of cells. But like if you look at this cluster number 13, this cluster, that is mainly coming from the control animals who are not given ketorolac. And it is full of T cells which are just about to die, okay, and which are exhausted T cells. So that gives us the first hint that the anti-inflammatory drug which we are giving is impacting the T cells in our body. Okay, if it is impacting the T cells in our body, like what it is doing to them. So first of all, if you look at the overall picture, the control animal and ketorolac animal, the number of T cells in the ketorolac treated animals is higher as compared to control. That is first thing. Second thing is like exhausted T cells, because T cells fight the tumor. Okay, if they are getting exhausted, means you don't have good prognosis. So if you look at the control group, exhausted T cells are huge, whereas in the ketorolac group they are very small. And then we look at like is it developed memory in our T cells against the tumor will look like there is a memory development by heteroactive field in our T cells. And it worked beautifully to control the tumor growth. And then we did system biology and tried to understand like who is doing it, what molecule is behind it. When we did system biology, what we learned is like this guy, NF-kappa B complex, if you remember from my previous slides, this is expressing at huge level in controls, whereas it is blunted in heterolactated animals. So that gives us like a conclusive evidence that, yeah, inflammation is playing a role in doing that. So then we said, okay, if it is inflammation, let's forget about giving them a COX-1 inhibitor, because everyone would say like, oh, it has a bleeding and other issues associated with it. We give them a compound that is known as resolvins, which resolve inflammation. Okay, so if we give them pre-operative resolvin, every mouse survives. If we give them like control, no resolvin, the mouse which are being tumor, they die within 20 days. And like here, they go to like 200 days. That tells us like, yeah, it is inflammation that is doing it. So we went to a pathologist and said, can you please do the biopsy of the lungs of these mice and tell us like, how does they look like? So look at like, this is lung from control mice. This is ketorolac treated, no tumor. This is resolvin treated, no tumor. So that tells us that, and then we look at, again at single cell level, what is happening. So most of the cells have become normal after treating them with resolvin, anti-inflammatory compound. That now making us to put two and two things together, that maybe like the patients who are suffering with different kind of cancers, who are going for surgery, they should be given ample time to meditate or do yoga so that inflammation level can come down. And that's summary of my slides. I think very it's true. Relax, meditate. It's good for your teeth.
It's good for your teeth. So just 5 minutes, or I would say differently, until the food comes. Okay. We can continue.
You want to have the lights on? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to turn the lights on. You don't need the lights now. Yeah, are you here?
Yeah.
So the experience
Are you coming? You know how to come here, right?
Do you have any comments on that?
You know how to come to the room.
I understand that last year we had a meeting with a presentation about septum.
Okay.
And that is also
where are you on the first part?
So do you have any experience or have you read anything about it?
I think we have not done any study on it basically, but I heard that talk basically in our last conference. We are mostly like right now focusing on, but when we learned that anti-inflammatory compounds can impact the T cell biology, we are like pretty much going on to that direction basically. But it might have, we have a beautiful data that I not presented today on ashwagandha. So ashwagandha is,
Sorry to interrupt. What was the number I went down?
Yeah, so ashwagandha has impact on cancer cells, first of all, and second, it has impact on T cells and B cells associated with the tumor. And but the major problem is like how to deliver good amount of ashwagandha to the tumor. So I get in collaboration with this group from University of Florida who helped us to develop a formulation that just go into liver and deliver ample amount of ashwagandha no, in the colon and leave an ample amount of it for the tumor. Yeah.
Which specific medications were you using for the medication?
So I think most of these studies we did with the Kundalini. Kundalini yoga and meditation is, I think, we did like chanting the, what's our name you like, I think. This is mostly, I think, meditation format is from Herbert Benson, who do relaxation response.
You said losartan is effective in
pancreatic
cancer. Losartan is an anti-hemorrhage drug, right? Can you please comment on how it is, what molecule are involved in, like NF-kappa B is involved in inflammation. So what molecule is in?
So I think we are a little bit early on to like really release the mechanism, but I think we have this Nature paper that came up. But look like to us basically. So if we don't give the mouse losartans, and one group we are giving losartan, what we see is that they have a lot of T cells in their spleen, but they don't move to the tumor. The losartan is somehow making the T cells to move to the tumor. We are trying to really understand like how does that trafficking is happening. So, but it impacts the T cells. Yes.
So no, this is really fascinating, really great work. You've been doing for about 3 years now. Only thing which I'm thinking is like how in the modern world we segregate yoga from meditation, and meditation is always part of yoga. So I think it would be a good idea to put them together and see how. And like yoga has become more complex now with asanas and postures and stuff. Not everybody will be particularly with patients. I've been working with oncology a lot. These people cannot even go down on that percentage after
Yeah, so our first study, I think we did combining yoga and meditation. But then we got a little bit crazy and said like, oh, is it yoga or meditation? Which one is that? So we start asking these questions. But I think like the study that we are just not doing with Patanjali, I think where we are going to combine both of them together and going to do like a larger sample size. Because I think bigger criticism we get is like, oh, you did 300 patients. 300 patients is nothing basically. We're going to do 10,000 basically to really understand
that. I think it's fascinating data. And it may interest you to know that Ayurveda, when it talks of cancer, it tells us the precancerous stage is inflammation.
Yes.
And there are loads of dietary ingredients which would act as anti-inflammatory.
Yeah. And I think this is my biased view. I have to prove it still. To me, it look like to be like if we use a drug as an anti-inflammatory compound. Body has such a complex system. Like NF-kappa is not only one gene that is controlling inflammation. There's a lot of other genes which can like control it. Like if you block NF-kappa B, one pathway of inflammation, another pathway will become active because body will figure out basically like this gene is 100% blocked. I have a 100% blockage here. I have to remove it. So food do the leaky blockage, which our body says, okay, calm chal raha hai, so it's good, let it go. So it is like blocking maybe 20%, 30% of the gene. And I think that kind of blockage is, I think, the best one for long-term survival.
I think you can combine yoga and meditation with dietary changes.
Yes.
I think the effect would be really, really remarkable.
We'll do that.
I have a question. Since yoga and meditation affect inflammatory pathways, and you have drug trials showing anti-inflammatories are beneficial, is there any comparison between the impact of yoga meditation versus anti-inflammatory?
Yes. I think you are maybe one of the reviewer of my grants.
Oh, not yet.
So we have a huge trial that we proposed where we said one group going to do health education, another group going to do meditation, other group going to do yoga, third group is going to do anti-inflammatory drug, fourth group is going to do another anti-inflammatory drug, and fifth group is we are trying to get to that level, but not yet.
But I think this would be one of the many changes that occurs in the system.
Yes.
So I have a study on stroke patients where I compare the changes in the cortical thickness in the physiotherapy, people who do conventional physiotherapy and then who have yoga intervention. The changes are remarkably different.
Yeah. So we did in our yoga and meditation study, I think I didn't want to present it basically, but I have a collaborator, Sarah Lazar, who did like a functional MRI on each one of these patients. And we definitely see changes in the thickness of different regions of the brain. Stole the thunder from her. She will present the data. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
The school is not here, we can
continue.
Okay. So I have a question. What would you think that you will gain by doing every cell? What different thing will you get from compared to what you're getting?
Yeah. So I think like the changes when we did our study on every cell, the changes are like tiny changes. In blood, we have like endothelial cells, PBMCs have like B cells, T cells, stem cells, all different cells. So it might be the case that yoga and meditation just impacting one type of cell type. And when we did, hypertensive patient, when we did like deconvolution of data, what we learned is that actually meditation impacts just T cells and macrophages. It does not impact any other cell. So if it impacts like T cells and macrophages, why we should be measuring every other cell?
You mean every type of cell you will do, or every cell you will do?
Every cell we do.
So you expect variation within macrophages also?
We found changes only in macrophages and T cells.
No, there are many macrophages, billions.
Yes.
Would you think that they will be different one from the other?
Yeah, so I think main change we saw in M2 type of macrophages, if you want to go into that, so that is like what is increased by meditation. So these are anti-inflammatory kind of macrophages. And we did every cell because I think till now I think we are not sure, like with no big studies done basically, like whether meditation really impact one cell or every cell of our human body. Because everyone say like, oh, like I show the data, it impacted in neurogenesis. Does it impact the neurons? We don't have evidence for that, but we have evidence at least for T cells and macrophages.
I think what I'm asking is that, so M2, but then millions of M2. You expect one M2 to be different than another M2?
So instead of M2, is there a switch from M1 to M2?
Yeah, so M1 number is decreasing, M2 number is increasing. That's the balance is impacting. But we didn't went into like Banerjee, I think like you can say like M2C or different kind of M2 has like a lot of cells within it. Cell 2. We didn't went into that.
I think I'm still not getting through. You said 37 trillion cells, and you said each cell can be done. Did you mean each type of cell, or did you mean all 37 trillion?
All 37.
So that's what my question is. Whatever type you're talking about, there are more than one cell.
That's correct.
So do you expect one cell of the same type to be different than the?
Yeah, definitely. I can show you the data. I think.
This is what happens when food doesn't
I do have a question.
$20 question.
So my question would be related to saliva sample because genomic studies can be done on saliva too.
Well, I think Bhasin is asking the question basically like is like different same kind of cells like these are all B cells. Like every dot is a B cell. But there like this is one type of B cell. This is second type of B cell. This is third type of B cell. This is fourth type of B cell. This is fifth type of B cell. They are like all different kind of B cells.
And each are in billions.
Yeah, so I think each dot is representing one cell.
Wow. That's very interesting. So, is there any topographical difference in the presence of these cells within the body that you can do? I mean, I'm just saying, if you're doing exercise like yoga, you're doing, stretching certain parts, would that be localized?
I think we didn't do, I think, in meditation study anything like that, but we are doing a study in people with diabetes or suffering with diabetic foot ulcers. We are doing one biopsy at their foot level, then a second biopsy in their blood, liquid biopsy, and third biopsy from their shoulder, and try to understand like if the changes are same in the foot as compared to forearm or shoulder and their blood. So look like changes are pretty much similar.
My question is more from the information technology infrastructure standpoint. It sounds too fascinating that it's 37 trillion cells, each cell you are looking at it and analyzing it. What kind of infrastructure support from the IT side? Can you throw some light on that?
I think we use I think these all studies we have done using thanks to AWS. Most of the studies are done in AWS. You need, I think, you cannot use, I think, your ordinary computers. You need a huge computational support because every patient, when we measure like their full genome at single cell level, so we get around 800 gigabytes of data
for
each patient. 800 gigabytes of data. So, like if you are doing like 100 patient study, you need a huge amount of space and huge amount of computation power to really push the data and analyze it. So I think, like definitely, I think data science is a bottleneck for us. Like in my group, I think like when I advertise a position for a data scientist, it took me at least every condition like 6 months to fill up that position because they are not available. They are too much in demand.
And in your lab, you have that infrastructure. Once the data scientist will come and analyze it.
Yes, we have.
But you have that
we have
physical infrastructure as part of your lab to do on the
We do every day on cancer patients, like measuring their every cell. And we have internal computation infrastructure, but then we have a straight collaboration with AWS to really help us to make it possible.
Okay, thank you very much. The food is here.
Thank you. So you got extra time. So people online, we are going for a break, lunch break. We'll come back in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
Those of us who are involved with the center and also be able to bring it out in a format that others can understand and perhaps, I mean, not that Manoj needs more collaborators, but who knows, you know, the definition of yoga is the networking. So I think we want to make sure that everybody gets connected eventually. So I'm going to talk about, you know, since morning you're looking at the scientific lens or scientific view of what Ayurveda and yoga also, and its mechanism. I consider yoga part of Ayurveda because that's very, very important. But more importantly, I think it's important to look at what the science itself is, because there is always this question whether really Ayurveda yoga can be scientific or not can be scientific. So many times my approach has been that I can use yoga particularly to see whether we can expand science and at least understanding of science, and then see whether we have Ayurveda as an example to prove it. So I look at yoga and Ayurveda from that logical point of view, epistemological point of view, and then an evidence-based using the Ayurveda, because there's something that everybody has seen the benefit of, and there are material involved. Being a chemist, which is a study of matter. So I want to start with the holistic goals and means of life. So I mean, this is, I think, generally people do not disagree. It is freedom, independence, equality, and the way you get is, I think that if you start yoga, which is yoga chitta vritti nirodha, where you can somehow calm down your mind and then be able to see beyond the vibrations of your mind, then what I think you will get an understanding. And if you have that understanding of self is very important, which is I'm quoting here from Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Tapa Swadhyaya Iswara Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga. I did introduce this course at university, which is still being taught as a science course, in science of Kriya Yoga, which was it leads to, if we do this understanding of self, it leads to understanding of Swadharma, what we are supposed to be. Which is, you can use the Prakriti or the one Professor Jasundar was talking about, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha is a part of your Prakriti, and good, actually your self is deeper than that, but at least that's something that's a good beginning, and that can be verified. And when you have that independence, that understanding, then this comes again from Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So dharme nidhanam shreyas par dharmo bhayava. Not coming from Patanjali, comes from Bhagavad Gita. So dharme nidhanam shreyas par dharmo bhayava. When you have full understanding of yourself, there is no fear involved at all. And that's when you can really be unbiased, not attached to anything. And the science requires that for us to do. So have to have independence. And then whatever naturally we feel, we act, we have the faculty for. We do act. We act, whether it's teaching or doing research or living in society or doing business, whatever we do, then that does not have any attachment. The karma, the action, without any attachment, that's what really gives freedom. So you get independence and freedom that way. Equality is a very difficult one. So that's where I think the health comes. I try to derive information which is not what normally people mean in the text that when they read it. So health is swast in Sanskrit, or swa plus stha means when you are in yourself. That's what and according to Professor Jasundar will say that if you are in your prakriti, that was balanced. If you can manage that, and I think those of you who are Ayurveda practitioners, you know that's what you try to do. And I think eventually the work like what Professor Bhasin was just talking, is that will verify for people that's really true. And so you have your genetic makeup, you have your gene expression, you have your metabolome, and then if you're just trying to get back to that in this, so that is health, and that is where equality comes. Equality doesn't come that you have to be exactly like me. I'm sure Professor Jasundar and Professor Bhasin both will tell that there are, I mean, that's why I was asking him the question, so the two cells come to be the same. The two cells are not the same. Forget about two people. There's a huge difference. It's better to be equal by knowing what you are and what you know. I know what I am, what you know what you are, and that is equal. And that is very different than what the rest of the world thinks about the equality, that they want to be like this, they want to be like that. So I think this is not just a question of health. It is a question of life, and it is a question of life that includes how we pursue science. Because if we are not that much detached, we are not feeling the independence, and we are not in ourselves, we are not healthy ourselves, healthy mind and body both, then it's very difficult to pursue science. So that comes from something like this. One time I introduced actually yoga to my students, my group. I used to ask them to come 6 a.m. in the lab, and then we practice 1 hour yoga on the bridge between two buildings. And I found out some of my students had never seen sunrise. That was their they felt very good when they could see sunrise. So, and of course, you know, if you're very good at this, you can do something like that. I can't do that, but that's my genes. Dr. Bhasin says my daughter, she can do something like that. So, but then everything starts with some kind of, whether it's physics or chemistry or biology or yoga, there is a philosophy behind it. And this is a book written by Werner Heisenberg, which had some aspects, philosophical aspects, that was written in the foreword by Professor Northrop, Yale University, who basically said, I wouldn't go because we are going to run into time. We have to finish by 3 o'clock. So I wouldn't read everything, but basically says that, you know, where you're coming, your perception, or where you belong to, whatever your culture has been, it has an impact how you think and how you approach. And so I think the variability is going to be acceptable. And Professor Jasundar was talking about how the variability comes from the seasons and how it comes the day. So we cannot expect the same thing everywhere, even for individuals. Forget about the whole. I think we should be aware of that. And also the fact that when there are cultural differences, geographical differences, we ought to not only accept or tolerate, but to celebrate. And that's what I think Ayurveda does. I think Ayurveda gets everybody to be what you are. And then when you get into that balance, that's you are healthy. So there are some, of course, sometimes controversies, and of course, doesn't mean controversy doesn't mean necessarily bad. So the Einstein says this is related to religion, because religion becomes a very contentious issue here. The most beautiful and most profound emotion we can experience is the sensation of mystical, and then he connects that to religion, and he said that is really something we should pursue, otherwise we will remain dumb. It is very difficult for me as a scientist to think like we cannot approach this scientifically. I think Manoj at least will agree, and I'm sure Professor Jasundar also will agree that we can really eventually get to make a science. We may not be knowing today, it is very mystical, but tomorrow when we have figured out all these 37 trillion cells, what they do, I think we will have a good science at that point. But so I think it's a question of how we approach it. And I think this is where I come from. I really believe that I am very curious about Ayurveda and yoga because I want to use it for science. Some of you are very interested in, giving people good health and other things, or your own spirituality. But here I'm really interested how to expand into science. The two major factors, scientific analysis, something that happens in this world, if it is not dependent on, of course, coming as a chemist, if it is not dependent on time, nothing changes with time, it's not chemistry, it's not science. If it doesn't change with the concentration, it's not science. Now, this is a philosophy. Earlier, Ramaji was talking about that there is philosophical moorings to all these, and he didn't go into details of it. Ayurveda comes from very strong, very sophisticated, very deep philosophy that can explain why Ayurveda deals with something it deals with. And that philosophy, one of them is a philosophy's name is, I think, BoCE, one of the 6 schools of thought, which says dharma is the one which produces padartha. There is really no good translation of padartha or dharma. When Einstein uses this, and when, at least from Indian perspective, when the Indians read it, they think religion means dharma, which is really not, which is very, very far from truth. Whatever at least we practice in religion, maybe actually, I used to describe to my students of yoga that religion means we're together, re means again. So I said religion actually really is yoga, because you're really uniting yourself with people, with thoughts, with whatever. And I try to tell them that they should think rationally about what religion is rather than just mystically or faith-based. But nevertheless, here is said in this philosophy that dharma is something that produces padartha. And then padartha has certain things, dravya, guna, karma, and all this, which English things are given there. That is what we study. Substance is something, for example, we study. We look at the quality and action. So this is the philosophy. Now, my question is, can we apply to science, not the science applied to yoga and Ayurveda? Can we use this to explain some of the scientific aspects of modern science? And I will try to do that. I will try to come to that. So chemistry is a central science, study of matter. Basically, matter is defined as anything that occupies space and has mass, and it has energy, which are the many types of energy. This BoCE philosophy was in existence somewhere between 700 to 200 BC. The idea of atom came around 400 to 20 BC. So this is kind of old. The BoCE actually comes from the word bises, which means particular, which comes really the idea that particles. So, but it's much subtler than that. I don't think I have a good grasp of the whole thing. But I thought I will try to use this idea that these qualities of padarthas, and then try to see whether I can understand some of modern science. One of the areas of research is, of course, being chemistry, that we have elements, but the matter or substance or dravya has then defined this different kind of elements, and the 5 elements that we heard this morning. And then it has time, space, self and mind. Self and mind which is where I started exploring by teaching chemistry of mind course, thinking that what exactly mind is. I didn't understand that, but time is something that one can easily understand. The only way an element is defined is that if it causes change in the quality and action. So time, changes. If you leave certain chemicals in some places for a certain period of time, they will change. So that's easy to understand. The space is very difficult. How can you add space into something? And this was very relevant for me to ask this question because I work with this botulinum neurotoxin, which is on one hand is a biothreat agent. It's class A and tier 1 type of very highly regulated substance. On the other hand, it makes people look younger. So many times I'm asked this question: why is it's the same mechanism biochemically? It's exactly the same mechanism. It just blocks neurotransmitter release. But why is in one case toxin, one case the other, and the other case is such a beautiful medicine? Actually, 800 disorders today can be treated. 800 plus can be treated with this. So it's this contrast in quality is what attracted me to think about quality and action is what defines a substance from the other. So substantially, the left side of whatever we use is different than the right side. And what is the difference? In left side, we use 100 picogram. In right side, we use 100 nanogram. It's 1,000-fold difference. What that means? It means that the same body size, you have more space you give it to the toxin when you give 100 picogram. You give per toxin, whereas in 100 nanogram, you give 1,000 times less space. And as you can see in the picture down there, crowded room, and we have here maybe 25, 30 people, and what if we put 300? Maybe, many of us are Indians, I think we can tolerate that. We are very well versed with this idea of having a lot of people around. But what about 3,000? That would be very difficult. That's only 100 times more. And then 1,000 times, of course, I think Manoj will not be very happy about this room, because this room will not exist most likely. We will become toxic. What I'm saying, this is a very important aspect, the unified field theory. Everybody is looking how that something that can explain quantum, a photon behavior to a galaxy. This fits in that category. So, and actually, this is not only true for toxin, it's true for salt that we all eat. We 10 grams of salt. There was some teacher who had a pet and he ate a pound of salt. Think he can eat it, but what happens is the same. He gave the salt less space and it killed him. By the evening, he was gone. So this is an idea that a philosophical idea that actually you will see eventually, or you already know that 5 elements are so much involved in Ayurveda. The whole concept of Ayurveda comes from there. Is also applicable to modern science. We can easily build science around it. You had a question?
Well, this makes a lot of sense from homeopathy perspective. But in Ayurveda and in modern medicine, more higher the dose, more is the effect.
Yeah, and actually everybody knows, in the pharma industry, everybody knows your dose is very important. I'm just putting philosophical mooring based foundation to that this applies to everything. It applies to human beings also. That will be difficult to think that concentration of human beings. I mean, maybe Hitler could think of something like that, but I think we would not think like that. But the idea is that we can use these concepts and they are applicable to everything, and which is what I think the concept of Ayurveda and yoga is. It applies to everything. It applies to plants, it applies to planet, it applies to human beings, different ages, everything can fit because you have this, the foundational basis of this. So with that, I think I want to say a little bit about Ayurveda. Not that I really need to, because you already know the 5 elements and the 3 types of body, Bhakti, Kapha, and then there are 3 types of mind. You have Sat, Raj, Tam, and then mind is very important part of it. The mind is Mana, is the one I've written. Those of you who do not understand Hindi, and Atma is the soul or self. Is what this is all is very important part. They all play a very huge role. So I think those people who do a lot of meditation, it's not just a meditation, Manoj. It's like you have to see where else they have reached. Whom, when I was teaching this chemistry of mind course, the department divisional head asked me, why mind, why not brain?
I said, chemistry is central science to study everything. He said, well, we don't study mind. This is psychological people do. And the chemistry, how about we just do brain? His name was Don Smith. I said, Don, do you have mind? And he took a while to say yes. So the point is, that it eventually got approved. But what I'm saying is that you have mind, and even you know where it is. While I'm talking about this, you're probably talking about some courses that you may have taken in your mind just went there, and you know that it went there. Who is watching that? That's self. So that I think is eventually we have to figure out how to get self involved in your measurement. So anyway, it has all these 5 elements have 1 quality, 2 quality, 3 quality. There is a hierarchy in all this, and there is a whole theory as to how this is involved in the not only in the health but also in the whole cosmology, how the whole universe has been created. And all that thing is of great interest to me. But as you can see, and I don't have as nice looking slides as Ramaji has, because he had all these beautiful things. But the point is, you just remember her slides and look at what I'm trying to say here. That these elements are important to play a role in bath pit cough, and bath pit cough can be changed with different kind of taste or sensory perceptions. And so there is a logical thing. I hope that you bought my idea of logically looking at there is a philosophy, and then we can use that for science, and that then same philosophy is in scientific manner we can use to understand what's going on with people, because it is a very highly systematic thing. And people have used this. You probably may not be able to read all this. It's related to much maybe primitive typing study somebody did maybe 10 years ago, and I and Dr. Rajkumar, we wrote a review article for the journal where we use the different, there are bath, pit, cough are different, there are different proteins are expressed, and there is a difference between males and females also. It's not just individual males and females. In general, there are differences. So everybody's prakriti is different. That also has gender specification. And so this has, again, scientific basis of whatever we are trying to do. So now there are certain things that I'm also involved in the drug development in my lab. So we try to develop drugs, design drugs. And so in general, the top one shows that how we do, we think about research teams, we look at the library, another thing, we look at the structure, we look at what the target is, and we look at the kind of structure we might be, and then maybe we don't use as big data or computational thing, but we use quite a bit of computational avenue to come up with a kind of matching. And then when we find something, they do in vitro study in test tubes, and if it works, if the target is affected, then we put in the animals. And then if it tests there, then we take it to GMP facility and eventually come up with a drug and do the clinical trial. And if it succeeds, people make millions of dollars. But what is Ayurveda? How did they decide? People, it's very easy for people to say, well, it's probably just they tried randomly things and something worked. It's like too many random things to get to work. And there is a systematic design and philosophy and process in this. I don't think it's random. So here is my version of what I think is happening, is that these Vaidyas, they have their own elevated level of understanding and also practice. And that's how they are able to perceive the patients much better. And they think about it, and they think about it in terms of herbs. But what they use is the sensory perceptions. They taste themselves, these drugs, as to how they are tasting when they are developing all this. And then once that thing is, the formulation comes out, and there is a herbal concoction for you to ready for use. Now, somebody is chief scientific officer in some famous company around Boston came to me and said, all you have to do is get some of these herbal drugs tested by FDA standards, and then it'll be acceptable, which is so easy to say and very, very difficult to do for a variety of reasons. So I said, I take that challenge. I was at UMass at that time and director of Center for Indian Studies. I said, I take this challenge. I'll do this. I'll do 5 drugs from Ayurveda test according to FDA. I suggest you come up with 5 organic chemists who will use Ayurveda technique to develop their drug. which means they have to taste what they synthesize. They will quit the job, will never never go even close. They put mask and everything, make sure that they are very well protected. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say with this is that these are two different systems, and you have to understand that system to make it scientific. We cannot use somebody else's system and say, well, we are going to apply to this. So I think we have to be careful that we really have to keep the tradition of Ayurveda in this whole process, which I think we are already doing. I mean, we are already realizing this, especially the sensory aspects of it, and also that this is concoction is not a single molecule, which is only reason it is considered a single molecule is important because it's so easy to define. And FDA was created to make sure that everything is well defined when somebody is being sold as a drug. That's the only purpose. FDA doesn't have any other standard. You tell them the standard. As long as you meet those standards, that's good enough for them. So, 10 minutes. So I wanted to say it's functional chemistry, but then there are functional groups in chemicals. So somebody told me that don't say like that. So I said it's sensory chemistry. And so that's, sensory is like a sensual and all that, so people get worried about it. So I finally came up with, I went back to my roots of India and I came up with Tanmatras chemistry. So I think that kind of sounds, it's away from all the problems. So hopefully we will do Tanmatra chemistry soon. So even though this is all very systematic, but even if, Manoj, I'm not sure if you read this, there is a group in New Delhi, maybe you know that group, that Mukherjee, some Vitali Mukherjee. He published some genomics about Ayurveda, and everybody making fun of her that, they may be whatever they may be, but there is no genomics. And this is 2014 paper, it's a report in Science. So I wanted to contrast that with something that happened, maybe 500 years ago, or maybe 300-400 years ago, when Portuguese were colonizing India. I always thought the Indian medicine system must have come from British to the rest of the world. Actually, it's Portuguese. And not only that, they actually they made so much money out of this that actually they virtually bought Brazil, because that Brazil is the only Portuguese-speaking country in the whole of America, because they had money, they wanted to get that. So what I'm trying to say, there is a contrast. On one hand, people are not accepting even today. On the other hand, this has been used for hundreds of years by the Westerners and making profit. All right, so this is just a slide to show that it costs $1 billion or so, and it takes maybe 5-10 years to get a drug. And that's all that this is saying, it's this process that goes. On the other hand, the Ayurveda is more in this sense where the fundamental knowledge comes from, meditation and other things. And then you have a scientific analysis that we do in Ayurveda, and then eventually you have material manifestation. And that's how we said 5 minutes more. Okay, so, but then again, this problem continues. Now there is a huge, in this town, Ralph Safer had published, I think Anusai Gansi also worked with him. And many people have problem with Bhasma. This is one of the aspects of Ayurveda, because they think there is metal. As a chemist, I also think there is heavy metal in it. That's a problem, because the moment you test that Ayurveda product, there is heavy metal and you don't want to go near this. But they don't realize that it's really a very different kind of metals. A lot of like botulinum toxin is toxin, that nobody wants to go near it, but this is also medicine. Nobody wants to go, it's so safe. Botulinum toxin is so safe that my lab was safe. Nobody, never ever any theft, because people knew there is botulinum toxin there. So, because once you know how to handle this, I didn't tell you that this is 100 billion times more toxic than cyanide. 100 billion times, 5 million times more toxic than cobra toxin. So, but you know how to handle it, then you know how to operate. The same way is about metals. Metals are really modified, and they are not toxic at all. So we try to do, this is one portion I'll try to finish in 5 minutes quickly, that we try to use one osmosis silver Bhasma, and it has its taste, it uses many boosts immune system, brain activity, digestion, skin color, but it also is always used, from what I understand, and there is a Pratibha Sai, Ayurvedic practitioner. I think Bhasma is always in combination with something. It's not like generally not by itself.
Yeah, it's biogenized metals, basically.
But you always, when you give it to patient, you give in combination with something.
With the honey or
something, some other things in it. So it is, anyway, this, I'm just going to, there's a huge process that is, there are 42 steps that Bhasma is prepared. And it has many, many uses in neurological cough, asthma, and other things. What we wanted to find out what exactly this is. So we looked at its structure, and we found out that it's really in nanoparticles. We looked at the toxicity in the cells, and we found that they is not toxic, at least at the cell level. And I know the human level, they use it, so it's not toxic. And this changes the morphology. And then we found out the potential use of this as a drug. And this translocation, it apparently helps other drugs that go with it to get into the body much easier. And when you look at the Bhasma, is not just the silver, by the way. It has sulfur in it. It has oxygen in it. It has carbon, silica, arsenic, some of this material, very, very small amount. But the important thing is sulfur and oxygen, because this is in abundance in plants, and this is always treated by plant extract. So actually, it basically makes it non-reactive when it makes bonding in such a way that they're not reactive anymore. So it doesn't matter really what metal it is. And just going to skip this, how we figured out all this, the structure, and try to see that this is different. The red ones are real, just the silver, and the blue one is Bhasma. So it's really not the same thing. We did some X-ray XRD plots. We did the sizing with the scanning electron microscope. We found that it's not really under the definition of nano, because nano is under 100 nanometer. This is couple hundred nanometers. So, but it seems like it does the same thing. And what we have found that in terms of cytotoxicity, it's not toxic, virtually not toxic at all. What we found in morphology, it makes the cells separate. So you can see how they become loose when this is epithelial cells in the intestine, where people take it, and it seems like it creates more space. And so we studied a little bit more about that using a dye as a molecule to deliver, and we found that when you treat with Bhasma, a lot more dye can get inside the cell. No, sorry, not inside, but across the cell. A lot more dye goes across the cell. That kind of gives the idea that Bhasma may be used as a bioenhancer. We used botulinum toxin. We have a detoxified version of it, and we use that as a large molecule. And we found actually that large molecule also gets across. So we might actually, we are trying to use this idea to see whether we can use this as a oral vaccine, because the molecule will be able to go across into the blood. I think my 5 minutes is over. So the summary of objectives, this was one of the objectives we had, and that says the size doesn't matter even if it is a couple hundred nanometers, still work the same. Complexity of structural arrangement may be key in biological role of Bhasma. We need to really study. We just have started this process. Understanding structural arrangement could help understand the safety of Bhasma even with presence of heavy metals. And so this is the cartoon that we think that, what Bhasma does is this. There is this cell-cell tight junction which makes it loose, and then the other drugs are able to go across, and then whatever else. It doesn't mean that only it does this. We have to do other things also, and we hope that we will continue. We have more data in it, but I'm not presenting. We have identified the kind of proteins are involved, because this is what the sophistication is needed for people to believe. So we have identified the proteins. We have seen what happens to them, whether they decrease, increase, and whether their structure changes. And all those things, we hope that will eventually help. So with that, I think I probably have taken maybe a couple of minutes more than allotted, but thank you very much.
So since he has taken only a couple of extra minutes, we'll give a couple of questions if you have.
Good. We'll be happy.
Banerjee.
Great talk. So you're saying the cell-to-cell junction is like loosened.
Tight junction. Yeah, the tight junction.
But is it make like cells to take more amount of drug? Does that happen?
That's what I showed. I mean, in the model system, with the both the dye, we use Alexa 480, and also we use Dr. Bond label Dr. Bond.
So it goes more inside the cell.
More not inside the cell, across.
Across the cell. Yeah, because like the principle is same like deodorant. Like it has some metals. When you spray the deodorant, like cells like this shrunk, the tight junction like loosen up, but the cells have become like more impermeable.
It's possible. Possible that it does. When that you are only talking about the skin cells.
Yeah.
And they have only allowed small molecules, but this allows much larger molecules. We had it will be fantastic from Botox point of view. We knew that you had a spray that you can get the molecules inside. That's something Dr. Rajkumar and I working very hard trying to come up with the topical formulation.
Okay, one more question, please. And this one should be tough.
The data that I have, the other data that I did not present, is related to that aspect where you can identify the protein. And so if we have different types of asthma, it has different effect on different types of tissues. I assume that when you have disorders of certain kinds, you use certain types of asthma, it probably goes there faster, binds it faster, and does some response to that cell or that tissue.
Yeah. So one question. So silver and gold are more benign metals.
Yeah, we would like
more
to use
accepted.
We would like
Let's
to
talk
use
about
mercury.
the big ones.
Mercury.
Lead, mercury. But also, do you have any comments on the arsenic antibiotic?
They have arsenic asthma. I mean, in this one, they have asthma, and that will be really. We are going to try to do that. We brought, by the way, mica from Baba Ramdev's group. They gave us when we visited them. They gave mica, and it doesn't have the same effect as the silver, at least on the test that we did. So I think it will be a good idea to scan all of them, and we would like to think that we will try to promote this whole area, because that's one of the areas that we have chosen to work on, because it's very interesting that how I started working on it, because as a director of Center for Indian Studies, many people will call me during that time. What are you guys doing? Because there are people in the newspapers. So I thought maybe I'll just do something rather than just give my opinion, because I'm not an Ayurveda person. I'm a chemistry person. I'm supposed to say it's very toxic. So I didn't talk about. I got 8 chemists as a part of the team to start doing that. For example, how bhasma is made. Traditionally, bhasma is made by using gomutra first. Put in gomutra. So of course, in India, people say gomutra is holy, so they have to put it like that. But however they put it, I talked to an inorganic chemist. He said actually the gomutra is more abundance in nitrate, so it probably does nitrification first, so that makes it active. Then when you have to put the plants extract, they are more abundant in sulfides, so the sulfur groups get rise. So it's like we need to understand every step of it, and then only we can say what happens to one kind of bhasma versus another kind of bhasma, what level of sulfur is there. And we have tried to find out from using NMR, Dr. Jasundar, no luck to get good signal of anything, because this amount is so tiny on this. So that will be another important thing. And try to extract, we couldn't come up with any extract.
I think XRT and SEM10 will be
The only way we can, the only way. At least we are finding that there is something. We need to identify what happens with the advancement in technology and more interest, hopefully people in chemistry departments. And one of the things that Manoj, I need to talk to you is to propose this, to take it to the American Chemical Society. This topic, take it to American Chemical Society and talk there, because I think that will expose the chemists, and more people probably will get interested, and then that will be another way to popularize.
I just want to make a quick comment moment, you were telling that gold is benign. But many of these basmas, when the final level, it reaches the nanoparticle size. There are enough studies to show that some of them are actually nanoparticles. And gold at a nano level, the physical and chemical properties change completely. Gold acts as a catalyst, right? So the properties that are there at the macroscopic level, it could be toxicity. At a toxic, at the macroscopic level, arsenic could be a toxic material. It's a toxic, or mercury. When it's converted, when it goes through all this process of preparation and then comes to the final level, where many of them are nanoparticles, the physical and chemical properties change completely. So what is benign, what is a noble metal becomes a catalyst. It's one of the best catalysts.
I think I didn't communicate properly. What I meant was that they're more receptive, like in mainstream, gold and silver.
People are
more,
they're relatively non-reactive against gold. Relatively non-reactive.
Yes, not yet.
Yeah, so they think that's not going to do it, but then it can.
It's a fascinating area, branch of
It is really.
It's absolutely fascinating.
Well, I mean, and then the last point I wanted to make is that these things were going cross fields. Even thousands of years ago, people knew this herbal chemistry, and they used that to do technology. They made there is a pillar in Delhi. If any one of you have gone to Delhi and see that doesn't rust. There is no such technology right now as yet. The best of the whatever we have had. It's because of the nature. They use nature's chemistry, nature's knowledge, and which is very important. Which is what I say: the people who meditate, they reach a very different level of understanding, and I think that is very important part of science. Someday I think scientists will be required of having 20 hours of yoga before they get their PhD. Just like we were required to have a foreign language. I took French, but because there's a lot of literature in French, literature for science. So someday I think everybody will be required to have a number of hours of yoga before you start really addressing science. I hope that happens. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just disconnect. Yeah. Are you using PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay. So bring it to set it up. And you can record it because I have to introduce you. While the setup is happening, let me use that time to introduce our next speaker. As you have seen, I'm trying to save time because we have to get out from here by 3. We have another speaker is going to speak, and then only yes. So let me introduce the topic first. Many of you have, most of you, I would say, iffy feeling about Tantra. Tantra, recently there was a documentary made on the Aghora Tantric group in Banaras, which is an unbelievably distorted view of what Tantra is supposed to be. And other connotation of Tantra, it has to do with sex or anything else but science. So we have with us, we are very fortunate to have Dr. Anand Venkatraman. He's going to talk about understanding the neuronal aspects of Tantra, how Tantra affects our neurological system, and a little bit about him. He is a physician from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, where Ramaji is also from, New Delhi. He is pursuing a substantially research-oriented career in the neurosciences. Specialties, he is focusing on neuroscience, neurology, biochemistry, genetics, National Brain Research at National Brain Research Center, and also which is an autonomous institute of Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. One of the major mandates of NBRC, which I mentioned, is to network the existing neuroscience groups, institutions in the country, and promote multidisciplinary research in neuroscience. So he has taken up a subject which is more or less untouched as of now until we met him. Please welcome Dr. Anand Venkatraman.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you guys for having me here. So that's my talk, as I mentioned. So I just click the right hand button. Okay, excellent. So this was my initial slide because I just wanted to tell you guys my background. So I'm actually from Chennai. I grew up for quite a while in the Middle East and did medical school in Delhi. I did some research for a few years at Northwestern in Chicago. I did my residency in Alabama, and I'm currently doing my fellowship in neurological intensive care at Mass General and Brigham. Very soon I'll be wrapping up here and I'll be moving to South Carolina, where I'll be doing a neuroendovascular fellowship. And long term, my wife and I, at least medium term, we hope to go back to India and start a neuro-focused hospital. So about this talk, this is really like a bird's eye overview of something which is a very important stream of Indic thought. It's not something where I'm going to like summarize like exhaustive evidence lists. It's mostly going to be hypotheses, circumstantial evidence, theory, primarily because this is not something where there's like intensive research programs anyway. And my goal really here, because everybody here is very smart and very expert in whatever they're doing, is to trigger some conversation and potentially get some good feedback and constructive criticism. So first, I think the most important question is, what is Tantra? And we start with terminology, of course. So initially, Tantra was supposed to be a term that referred to the science of something. Like it used to be kind of what we say in the modern ways of technology. And for example, the Arthashastra was the Tantra for economics, and Samkhya was considered a Tantra, as you talked about. Samkhya is an evolutionary way of looking at the cosmos. Temple building techniques were written in books called Tantra. Over time, though, Tantra started to become commonly used to refer to technical manuals dealing with spiritual practices. So the history of Tantra really traced back to the Atharva Veda and early Shaiva Shakta traditions. But the earliest available texts that we have today are about the mid-first millennium, so like about 500 AD or so. And Tantric influences starting from those sources spread out very quickly into Buddhism, Vaishnavism, Jainism. The Kundalini Yoga that is popular here today was actually taught by a Sikh teacher, Yogi Bhajan. And one Tantric scholar that I spoke to recently said that the impact of Tantra is so humongous that more than 50% of spiritual literature in the last 1,000 years from India has been Tantric. Unfortunately, we don't realize it because it's kind of been banished into the shadows to a certain extent. And people use Tantric techniques and methodologies and ideas without actually referring to them under the umbrella of Tantra, which has resulted in this kind of a schizophrenic understanding of Indian thought, because that root connecting all of these disparate ideas is no longer there. So we just see each of them as kind of separate and kind of autonomously evolved. And so nobody really is able to get to the root of what precisely led to all of these ideas coming together in the first place. So some examples of modern practices which famous in the West, which derived from Tantric traditions: Kundalini Yoga, as I said, transcendental meditation, Osho's practices, Isha Yoga, art of living. All of these really trace back to not a very big range, actually a very small number of gurus living in the Himalayas. Tantric mindset, I think, is, of course, riffs on the Indian viewpoint of consciousness versus everything else. This is the fundamental dichotomy in pretty much all of Indian thought. But Tantra, the uniqueness is that they give an equal importance to the everything else part, whereas in Orthodox Vedanta, you could say that they really step back from all the material and phenomenological issues, and they say the consciousness is the pure reality, which that's what we want to achieve. Whereas in Tantra, they really say like even what is manifested, matter, phenomena, meaning, concepts, they're all also reflections of the consciousness and therefore deserve equal importance. And that's why they never stigmatized worldly success or power or whatever. And that may have led to some amount of the kind of the bad rep that it gets, because these were people who used these understandings to seek power, not very different from how countries use scientific research to build, fighter planes. Right? So, and that, I think this importance given to the material world really distinguishes it from the withdrawal traditions like early Buddhism, Jainism, and Vedanta. Another thing for me, I got into medicine because I'm very interested in biology, and to me, the biocentrism in Tantra is a very characteristic feature. There's an emphasis on the body, on nature, like Darwinian evolutionary theory would be considered like very consonant with the viewpoint of Tantra itself. So they had a lot of thought about life and death cycles and the biology of things, which may account for the prominence of Shakti and Devi traditions in this. And the fact that it was biological, of course, meant they accepted sex as part of the biological reality. And this may, of course, may have made it stand out from the other traditions, and that's why people have this kind of stereotype in their mind. It's all about sex. It's actually just that this is one of those things which did not distinguish and kind of shut sex out of its intellectual sphere. And they did use stigmatized objects, which is true, and they used that primarily as a tool to break through social conditioning, like whatever feces and all this, like meat and stuff. They were saying that these are things which the society kind of stigmatizes so hard, and they use that to break through what they see as the artificially constructed social reality and back to what is nature. And in that way, I think it again comes back to how these people had a very naturalistic, proto-scientific view of work. And why neuroscience? So this, of course, is the famous kind of evolutionary development of the cosmos in Samkhya and many other Indian philosophies. What we don't realize is that in Indian thought, this concept was very important. Yatha Brahmande Tatha Pinde, which is the essence that this is conveying is that whatever is outside is also really mirrored and contained within yourself. So by examining yourself, you can really get an understanding of the cosmos. So when you really look at this slide, you feel like this is kind of a physics theory almost. It starts with consciousness, goes into this kind of prakriti, and goes into this, goes into that, goes into elements and all this stuff. But what they were actually saying is that these are what you experience when you analyze your own thought process and your own experience of the world. This is not a physics theory, it's much more of a neuroscience theory. So that's why these guys had this system of going backwards towards the pure consciousness, which was the Atma. And they went back through the senses from the manifested world backwards, backwards, backwards until they found that they were at or united with that root consciousness from which all this was emerging. So modern neuroscience, of course, we have a lot of techniques for understanding how the senses and the world is reflected into our brain. So this is functional MRI, EEG, neurosurgery, and this is like all what I do in my day-to-day work all the time. But the difference in Indian traditions, I think, is this. So basically, modern neuroscience, neurology derives from this third person's perspective, where you're really looking at somebody else's brain. Whereas in Tantra, you are really studying your own brain. So you shut your eyes and you open what they call your third eye, perhaps, and you directed your attention inwards. And everything they say as a structure, whatever, chakra or nadi or whatever, is not necessarily something that you'll find when you're doing surgery on somebody else. It is something that you can experience within yourself when you close your eyes and direct your attention inwards. And I think this is a big confusional point which makes people doubt the validity of many of the Indian ideas, because people don't realize that these people were not talking about structures that can be photographed or imaged. So the reason I think it is an appropriate time to be talking about this is that Western science is coming to this conclusion that the first person lived experience is a very big blind spot in its attempts to understand the world. Because it is focused so much on third person and objectivity, we are not really given a very strong kind of rational approach to understanding how our subjective reality is constructed. So like Aeon magazine, a very popular science magazine, carried this article saying that it's a blind spot. So the example, of course, that we give is, if you had to describe a rose to someone, you could describe it in many ways, that it's red, it smells like that. But if the person was colorblind, if they couldn't sense the color red, is there any way that you could convey the color red to them? Because essentially it is impossible, because these are subjective sensations that are very private to each individual and each individual's cognitive apparatus. There is no way we can even say that the red that I see and the red that you see are the real same thing. We just presume that they are. So they call it qualia, and I think Tantra in many ways, and even probably the vast majority of Indian thought, can be understood as an exploration of this qualia space, the subjective space. And the important thing about Tantra, as you know, it is about Ayurveda and all the other stuff that we've talked about today, is that it wasn't merely science in the sense of understanding, it was also technology in the sense of they wanted to manipulate what they saw for achieving whatever aims, health or other aims. So some of these common technologies, of course, like which most of us are popular, like aware from like popular culture, movies. So breath control, of course, pranayama is common to multiple Indian traditions. Mantra is a particularly important technology, and it's, I would say, one of the characteristic features of the tantric traditions. Yantras, also very important in the tantric traditions. That is the Shri Chakra or the Shri Yantra, which I would say is probably the most popularly known. And of course, the mudras and asanas, also bodily postures, bodily gestures meant for controlling the qualia space. And there were many other smaller and less popularly understood practices like visualization, nyasa, which was like touching your body and kind of placing a deity or a mantra on certain parts of your body. Altogether, like this was supposed to be done multiple times over and over, and this was supposed to lead to certain changes. So, I mean, that was kind of the grounding of what this whole viewpoint of the tantrics was. So I'm just going to give you a few examples of insights that they had come to and how these correlate with insights from modern neuroscience. So, for example, when we are analyzing consciousness, as neurologists, we have a very common way of dividing consciousness in two dimensions. So we say one component is arousal, which is that element which is there in like when you're awake and less when you're sleeping. And there is awareness, which is basically the content of consciousness, which is that you may be aware of an emotion, you may be aware of a person in your field of vision, you're aware of certain thoughts. But these two concepts together, put together, give you the kind of way of analyzing your conscious experience. So this was from the Encyclopedia of Neuroscience. So this is kind of like a research paper which kind of classified various mental states along this two-factor axis, which is arousal and awareness. What is interesting to me is that this concept of a bifurcation in how we understand consciousness is very similar to something that this person had come up with. This is Acharya Abhinav Gupta. He was somebody 1,000 years ago flourished in Kashmir, and he was a major figure in the tantric tradition. So he says consciousness, which is the ultimate reality, is composed of two parameters. One is prakash, which he calls the light of consciousness, and it is unchanging, it is indivisible, and it is changeless. It is like a smooth mirror, he says. And the other one is vimarsha, which is like a reflection. And he says this is the reflection through which awareness becomes possible. And the vimarsha could be of various objects, could be of emotions, could be of people. So the question comes to us as modern neuroscientists is it a coincidence that this person 1,000 years ago was saying words or frames of description of consciousness which sound so similar to what we're using today? Or is it because these really are the simplest ways to classify this phenomenon? And similarly, like if we look at how the body is mirrored in the mind, the standard approach in Western thought is that the mind is independent of the body. So this is René Descartes. So he, of course, came up with the concept of cogito ergo sum and I think, therefore I am. So there was this mind-body dualism, which was very prevalent, and this was really the fundamental of the last 300-400 years of Western intellectual practice. But over the last 50 years, like the idea of embodied cognition has become a little bit more popular, which essentially says that your body plays a very important role in your creating your mental state. So one example was this thing called the somatic markers hypothesis, which kind of postulates that emotionally charged events produce body changes, and then these body changes are remembered in sensory structures of your nervous system. And then these are then drawn upon later when you're guiding behavior. And an example is going to be given to you right now. So this was devised by this brilliant scientist in California, Antonio Damasio. So they had this computer game where you had to click from each of these 4 decks, A, B, C, D. Each of them had playing cards essentially. So you go to each deck and you click. So some cards are good, some cards are bad. And you win more money if you pick the good cards, you lose money if you pick the bad cards. And each of these decks has a different ratio of good to bad cards. So what they found was that after a little while, people would realized that maybe deck C is more bad cards. So their skin would show a stress response whenever the cursor hovered over the deck. So like it would change the conductance, and usually this works because when you're stressed, you sweat more, and then the sweat changes the conductance. So that's how like they pick it up. So interestingly, this skin stress response happened long before the person was able to consciously say that C is the bad deck, showing that the body and the nervous system had come to this conclusion before it was presented into conscious thought. And based on experiments like this, there are, a few scientists over the last, I would say, 2 or 3 decades who have started working on this concept called interoception, which is the sense of the internal condition of the body. Usually we think there are 5 senses, vision, hearing, smell, taste, sound, and touch, sorry. And this is kind of something they're postulating as a 6th sense, because this is not directed outwards, it's much more directed inwards and sensing how things are going inside all your organs. So they say it's an afferent neural system that represents all aspects of the physiological condition of the body. And they feel that this system might provide a foundation for subjective feeling, emotion, and self-awareness, because people have really started to find that changes in your viscera correlate with changes in your mental state. And then after interoception became popular, this gentleman wrote in a very well-known annals of New York Academy of Sciences journal that the subtle body, which is AKA the Sukshma Sharira, can be considered as an interoceptive map of central nervous system function and meditative mind-body integration. So this is kind of the sensory cortex in the brain. These diagrams next to the brain represent each body part that is represented in that part of the sensory cortex. So based on that, they construct something called a sensory homunculus, which is basically resizing each part of the body according to the amount of brain territory that is devoted to processing sensory signals from that. So I believe that the Sukshma Sharira that we talk about in many of these tantric yogic traditions is a kind of richer and more multi-modality version of this sensory homunculus, where much more of the body's inputs are being synthesized into one representation, and then the brain kind of treats that as almost like a second body, but it's in a subtle manner. And another piece of example from Abhinav Gupta's work is that he was a very big aesthetician, and he contributed a lot to art. So he had this concept of rasa. So everybody knows that his concept of rasa, which is essentially essence or juice or tasting, is very crucial to understanding his tantric philosophy. And there is this paper, for instance, which kind of delves into that. And so it was the taste of an experience. And he said that the reason rasa or taste is so important, or the essence is so important, because it is at the boundary between conceptual, how like we deal in the world from day to day, and the concept-free ultimate reality that is pure consciousness. And he says, like, if you went to a show or you tried to experience a piece of art, the experience was never complete if it did not trigger that sense of rasa within you. And what is fascinating to me is that this sense of taste also is very closely tied in to this sense of interoception. Like of all the 5 other senses, it is taste alone which kind of neurologically maps very closely to the senses that supply information from the inner organs of the body. So this is something called the nucleus of the tractus solitarius, where all the internal bodily sensations come and converge, and the only sense from the other classical senses that come through is taste. Similarly, as you keep going higher up in the nervous system, this is something called the insula. So in the insula, taste and the interoceptive representation of the body kind of converge. Again, a very odd coincidence that Abhinav Gupta would have focused so much on internal bodily sensations and specifically on the sense of taste. And we also find now from neurology that the insula and the nucleus of tractus solitarius and throughout the nervous neuraxis, essentially, taste and the bodily sensations are always like coincide. It could be a coincidence, but it also could be just that he was able to tell this by focusing or honing his internal observation so much. And of course, we have this concept called the nadi system. Anybody who does yoga must be very well aware of this. There's two nadis, ida nadis, the cooling nadi, the pingala nadi is the warming nadi, and then of course there's the sushumna nadi in the middle, which I'm not going to talk about here. And there's many other smaller nadis, they say like 72,000, but these are the 2 or 3 major ones. Now it's strangely similar when you tell a neuroscientist about these 2 nadis, which kind of run in this pattern from the base of the spine to the top. It's strangely similar to our concept of the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. The parasympathetic is the cooling, and the sympathetic is the warming and the activating. And they also run in the same pattern, like along your spinal column to your brain. So it's just a collection of odd coincidences which make it hard for me to suspect that this was all just random occurrences and they're not tied together in some way. And like I happened to read this text called Shiva Swarodaya. So again, very strange how they say like when your Ida Nadi is dominant, they say like of course your Nadi cycle throughout the day in multiple cycles. They have an Ida Nadi is dominant, you should do things like establishing peace and tasks that require creativity and things like learning. So basically like soothing stuff. And when your Pingala is dominant, when you're like warm and active, you do physical activity, violence, outstanding achievements that require dynamism. And if you are a neurologist or a neuroscientist, these sound very, very similar to the expected pattern of parasympathetic and sympathetic activity in these 2 task categories. So again, how did they come to these ideas without having the tools that we have through modern science? And I think it was, I think Dr. Singh was saying, like they didn't have the technology, but they had time and they had like very finely honed internal awareness. Then of course, this is the chakras. I'm not really going to go very deeply into this because I'm still not very clear on how these correlate to neurological structures. There have been many attempts over the last 100 years to make these connections, but I think we still don't have a very clear kind of a watertight argument yet. Coming back to the nadis, so they say you should control the nadi dominance through breathing. So if you inhale through your left nostril, like then your Ida nadi gets activated. Your right nostril, your Pingala nadi gets activated. So you would think it would be odd that like we have actually found some evidence that sees these kind of differences in the autonomic nervous system happen when you do alternate nostril breathing. So there is hemispheric specific EEG changes. There are changes in the autonomic nervous system markers itself, like blood pressure and heart rate. And even more interestingly, there was this paper which was published a couple of years ago, which says breathing is a fundamental rhythm of brain function. And I thought it was very fascinating because I read this book translation. It's the translation of the Yoga Vasishta, again about 1500 years old. So this paper says breathing is a fundamental rhythm of brain function. Yoga Vasishta says the relationship between prana and manas, which are extremely close to the body, is like driver and chariot. The way the prana vayu acts, in the same way manas reacts. The highest achievement of mind control is to be obtained by concentrated effort of mastery over prana. Sadly, this paper in 2016 did not cite Yoga Vasishta, did not really say anything about any of these Indian texts. It kind of built the story purely upon findings from modern neuroscience. But I think it is incumbent upon people like us to kind of really dig through these texts and make these connections. Hatha Yoga, which of course you guys have talked about today. The standard expectation today is that yoga is a sport. People think that it's like Pilates or going to the gym. So the truth is, Hatha Yoga was an important tool in Tantra for mental control. And I'll give you a few examples which will make you realize why this would have been the case and why it's much more realistic to assume that than to assume that it was something people did to be fit. Because Hatha Yogis were not supposed to be Pahalwans. They are not there for bodybuilding. So they are there for many other things. Like for example, look at this. Between these 2 animals, can you tell purely based on this photograph of their stance, which one the boss is? Between these 2 cartoon figures, which one is more likely to be the boss? Between these 2 monkeys, which one is likely to be the boss? And here, like I've stripped away all extraneous information, purely stick figures representing how you hold your trunk. And then none of us has any doubt as to the fact that the figure on the right is more likely to be dominant, calm, less stressed than the figure on the left. And I was pleasantly surprised to read this article in The Atlantic a few years ago. It says one neuroscientist started blasting his core. It was kind of an interview about some scientific studies that this neuroscientist had published. And it was based around this paper, essentially. It was published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences in 2016. So they used this technique called transneuronal rabies virus transport. So rabies is a virus that transmits from neuron to neuron. So if you put a rabies virus in one neuron, over time it propagates throughout the neural network. So you can tell which neuron is connected to which one. So they found that the cortex, the brain's motor control, was connected to the adrenal medulla, which is, medulla is where you get like your stress hormones and stuff. And they specifically found that the top-down influence over the adrenal medulla by M1, which is like a motor cortex, the part of your brain which controls your bodily movements, originates largely from its trunk representation. And I think the fascinating aspect of this is that A, there is a connection between the brain's motor system and your stress response. And B, it is something to do with this area, the trunk. It's not about this part or like your legs or anything. It is this part which somehow, that area of your brain which controls this posture also controls how much stress you experience. This is a fascinating, another example of how this ties in. Let me see if I can play this.
You need internet connection.
I don't need an internet connection. I'm just not
It's
sure.
local.
Yeah, it's.
So you should.
I just press the space bar. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So this guy has cervical dystonia. His muscle is twisted in a certain way, and he cannot look to the other side. He's trying, but he's not able to. What you see now was something called a sensory trick.
Escape.
Is that the top left corner?
No, it has to be connected. Oh, maybe it lost it. Battery died probably. Battery died? I think that's power.
It's connected.
Yeah, battery is battery. Put your
While they're doing that, so let me come back to the cervical dystonia. So what essentially happens is that in dystonia, your brain has certain movement generating structures. It generates not specific movements though, but it generates patterns of movement. And in a dystonia, your brain's pattern generator is abnormal, perhaps because its understanding of where various body parts are is messed up. So it thinks that you need to do this, and it actually thinks you're looking straight ahead. But that's because its pattern generator is erroneously calibrated, you could say. So what this guy does is like, it's called a sensory trick, where he basically touches a part of his body, like specifically here. And for some reason that tricks your brain into thinking that your whatever neck has been twisted back into midline, and then the pattern generator switches back to normal, and then he's able to do this. So I think it's just an example of how intricately the brain sensory and motor structures are connected with the musculature. And without an understanding of this complicated pattern and complicated pathway, I don't think it will be very easy for us to really get a grasp on what Hatha Yoga is and how it works, because it is very subtle. It is not something that you can say that you do this posture and hold it for 2 days, the thyroid will get cured or something. It's something which is working at a much more subtle, much more complex level. And I'm not going to say that the people who devised these practices knew all these networks in the brain. They were essentially working on an evidence-based practice. They said that they do this and they found that certain changes were happening, and they realized that it was effective in a lot of people. But as scientists today, when we're trying to explain why these practices work, I think the important thing is we need to start keeping our kind of understanding open to the modern understanding of how the brain is controlling the body. Okay.
So he's still working on it. Maybe you have to talk him down.
Okay, yeah. I think if he's working on that, I'll probably give you guys a little bit of a taster on what precisely is going to be the core of the stuff that I'm going to be looking at. So my specific area of interest is, of course, what is called the Mantra Shastra. I'm trying to set up a little bit of a study in India to kind of analyze this. So what I have noticed, especially in the tantric mantras, is that it's a certain stereotyped distribution of words and sounds as opposed to just being a generally kind of a uniform distribution. For example, if you looked at something called the Bij mantras, there are certain specific Bij mantras which come over and over, like Om, Shreem, Hroom, Kleem. And so in all of these, you kind of see that a few syllables seem to be overrepresented, like the sound the sound r, but you don't seem to get like Bij mantras which are like Gaga or Gugu or Baba. So why is that the case? And I think I will be able to provide like an example of, so this is just like some examples I was going to give you guys of evidence from the neuroscience literature that the tantric techniques have an ability to produce neurological change, but I think that's kind of well accepted now, so I don't want to get into it in too much detail. So let's see. So actually, I presented some of these ideas at the American Academy of Neurology meeting this year, and it was very well received. 34,000 neurologists worldwide. And you would be happy to know that already mindfulness is becoming a very big issue there, and people presented at least 4 or 5 different sessions on mindfulness. And this is actually with a lady who gave a very fascinating talk on the neuroscience of Chinese acupuncture. And that too was actually very well represented, again showing that people are taking an interest in this from the neuroscience side, which I think is a very fascinating. These are the 2 posters that I presented. And yeah, coming to my interest in the Mantra Shastra. So I think the most important thing is that these techniques, when understood in full, are going to lead to a reinterpretation of Indic thought. This is Subhash Khat's book from about the 1980s, I believe. So he says, its title is The Gods Within. So basically he says that these Vedic deities are not really kind of extraneous objects. They are really kind of shorthand or metaphors for cognitive processes which exist within you. So like if you think of Saraswati, for instance, like she is not really somebody who's flying out there in the sky, but she's actually a metaphor for the neural mechanisms of learning. So that's why, like, actually in Maharashtra somewhere, there is something called a Saraswati sadhana, which these Jain monks do. And they say, like, you do the Saraswati sadhana for 10 years, you can memorize, like, I don't know, 100 digits and do mental mathematics and all that. Which really starts to make sense when you think about it from this intellectual framework. And some suggestive hints, like from the tantric traditions in particular, is that they say the deity is the mantra. And they say the mantra syllable determines whether the deity is fierce or benign. So each deity has like a certain mantra that is specific for that deity. And they say, like, if this syllable is this one, then the deity is pleasant. If this syllable is that one, then the deity is angry. So this is something I saw from a very fascinating summary of the Mantra Shastra. So they say basically Bhuvaneshwari is mainly a pleasant form of one of the goddess deities, and this is because the Bhuvaneshwari Bija has Maya Bija, and Maya Bija corresponds to Anandamaya Kosha, and therefore she is bound to be a personification of bliss. So this was going to be an example of some music. So essentially, when you play music or when you compose music, everybody comes to realize very quickly that certain chords are positive and certain chords are negative. So when somebody is composing music for a play, if you compose a song in a major chord, it induces pleasant feelings and positive feelings in the audience. If you compose the song in the minor chord, it induces negative feelings in the audience. Similarly, this is an experiment that was run by V.S. Ramachandran, a very famous neurologist. So he gave these 2 shapes to multiple people from various societies around the world. Not all of whom speak English, like some people in Africa, some people in China, some people in India. He said one of these shapes is called Kiki and one of them is called Bobo. And he says, I want you to assign the name to the shape. And interestingly, all across the world, people were more likely to assign the name Kiki to the sharp shape and Bobo to the kind of balloon-like shape. So basically, these are 2 examples. This one is this shape, this visual form is triggering a sound in your head. And the previous slide where I talked about the chords and the music, a sound is triggering an emotion in your head. So this is basically what we call synesthesia, where multiple senses blend together in your perceptual field. Some people may experience the number 2 is colored blue, or like the word boy has like a red color or something like that. So what people hypothesize is that maybe babies are all born with this, and this is kind of the natural state of our nervous system. As we grow older, our connections are pruned and we don't really experience it quite as much. But it is my hunch that the Mantra Shastra works through exploiting something like this. People who came up with this realized that through some means you can actually trigger or bring back that kind of neonatal characteristics in your nervous system. And I'm finding some evidence which seems to fit with that. I actually was in India a couple of years ago. I bought this book. It's called Dhyan Anubhuti, and it is by this Swami Nadananda Tirtha. He's a Tantric Sri Vidya practitioner. So it's basically 200 pages of paintings like this. So apparently he would meditate on this mantra at the bottom, and then he would paint whatever comes into his head. So again, this mantra was triggering certain colors and patterns in his consciousness. And to me, that's providing more and more circumstantial evidence that this is how the Mantra Shastra is working. And I'm fortunate that even though it's not very popular in the sciences yet, like in the humanities, people are starting to kind of realize the value of this sort of analysis. So there was this paper in the Journal of Hindu Studies a few years ago, another talking about how Tantra really utilizes the synesthesia idea to kind of convey its meaning. So my hypothesis really is that the tantric descriptions refer to sensations and phenomena that we perceive as a result of living in a human body. So Tantra is a very biological and human sort of science, as opposed to something which can be put into a computer and taken in a floppy drive or whatever from one place to the other. You need to have a guru, because that is the human embodiment of that knowledge. Without the human body, there is no meaning in the mantra Shruvam, because it carries no meaning in Sanskrit. It is like a meaningless sound. And tantric mudras, asanas, mantras, they are a form of inward communication from the conscious level to a subconscious level. And this is basically, I would say, something that is going to be very impactful in our understanding of Indian history as a whole, because right now, I think one of the things that pains me is that the vast majority of the Vedic texts, especially the Mantra Samhitas, are considered like kind of ramblings of barbarians. And then people say in the Upanishads, people came up with some good ideas. Then after that, maybe Buddhist times, people had like a little bit more philosophy. And then it's only after maybe about 2000 years ago that people started having like real intellectual kind of thought in India. But if people start investigating the possibility that the mantras are techniques to communicate into your nervous system, then the Vedic Samhitas themselves will have to be radically reevaluated. And our kind of historical time scale of what precisely the Indians and the Hindus were doing for the last 5,000 years will have to be really reconstructed from ground zero. And so that's my hope, and I'm going to be working on that for the next few years, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's fascinating that brilliant scientists like you are into Tantra and Mantra. I will take 2 questions. Time is short, just 2. And make it short, please. Both
Just
question and answer.
Just a very quick comment on the slide you showed with all the chakras that are Ila and Shila discussing. So what I have seen is over many places, those chakras coincide with the plexuses. So like Jaladharma, the cervical plexus, so that's connected with the Shila chakra, cardiac plexus, solar plexus.
I definitely have read that, and I think John Woodruff or Arthur Avalon, he was like a British guy in India, he wrote all these books initially. He kind of made the same postulate as well. But even from that time, I think people have always thought that there are like 7 major chakras, but like there are multiple plexuses. So it's a little bit of a stretch to say that this chakra correlates with this plexus. And I think when you think of tantric concepts as emanating from a subjective perspective, then I think it's going to be hard to say that this chakra corresponds to this plexus exactly. More likely, I would say that plexus's activity produces a certain subjective experience. And
or vibrational field.
yeah, and that perception is what that chakra could be. Like one interesting question, for example, would be if you have a spinal cord injury, would you still be able to perceive the chakras which are in the lower part of your spine? And it's a hard question to answer. Like if they were really the plexus, you would not be. On the other hand, if these are all mappings in the higher levels of your brain, because similar sensory mappings exist at multiple layers, so then you might still be able to perceive the Mooladhara chakra or whatever, even if you had a spinal cord injury, but maybe it might be in an attenuated manner. So these are interesting questions which I don't think we have a clear answer for yet. Unfortunately, because there are very few people kind of straddling neuroscience and this. It's starting to change though, because I think with the spread of mindfulness, people are taking more interest in Buddhism, and with the Dalai Lama coming here so many times, people are taking an interest in Vajrayana Buddhism in particular, which is a highly tantric, a very Hinduized form of Buddhism essentially. So I think once that takes off, like that automatically will seep into a lot of Hindu Tantra and like Vedic tradition essentially, and from there we will be able to build upon it in India itself.
Now we have you.
Yes, please.
You were mentioning about beach mantras and the kind of changes it causes in the system. I mean, there are so many other mantras for various purposes.
Yes.
Do you think this kind of changes can be seen for other mantras as well, or it would be, because I know beach mantras are the most powerful and they are very potent.
So I think the understanding that I've come to in my limited reading so far is that the beach mantras are specifically very potent for this. The Vedic mantras are not usually beach mantra form, but they are like more of a sound kind of a poem. And I think even the traditionalists say that the beach mantra sequence, like whatever, I am cream stream, whatever, is the deity itself, whereas the Vedic poem calls the deity to you. And that's how they kind of sold it. So, which I think is very interesting. Perhaps when you say the Vedic mantras, it kind of creates a certain, it calls a certain figure to you in a, maybe in a more subtle and slower way. Maybe the beach mantras are a more aggressive and quicker way of getting to the same spot. Because I think that's how the tantrics also described their own work. They said that this is like the fast route, and this is like, for people who want the results very quickly, and again, like the way of chanting the beach mantras, the emphasis was primarily on numbers, like do this 50,000 times. Whereas for the Vedic mantras in particular, I think it was much more on the pitch and the meter, and like saying it in a very proper way with your body wherever it's moving, like Gayatri mantra. So I think a more detailed investigation of the mantra shastra will definitely reveal differences, and I'm curious to see where this will lead up. So I know a few people from the mantra shastra side who are very who write in a way which is very accessible to people like us who are from the neuroscience background. There's like a guy, Shankar Bharadwaj Khandavalli. He actually writes very good articles on Hindupedia. So this little paragraph that I quoted here about this Maya Bija and Bhuvaneshwari was actually taken from his article. Fantastic kind of a very logical mind, you can tell. And I was very happy to find that his background is apparently in computer science and machine learning and all that. So obviously that's why he's able to speak in a way that scientists can appreciate.
With that, you have one last, please.
All right. Actually, I was going to ask this question exactly. I don't know whether we osmose to each other, but with an addition that you think, have you ever thought about the chakras also being a condensed area of major arteries and just blood supply, which generally is the case with like solar plexus?
It could be, and again, it could be that this is the major condensed blood supply areas produce a certain change in your subjective perception. Like there's always like a kind of a movie or like a video playing in front of your consciousness at all times, and we think it's just what is outside, but like it's also being contributed to what's from inside. So perhaps when you have like a very big concentration of blood supply in a certain area, it produces a certain subtle change in how you perceive, your day-to-day life. it's possible. And I also think to some extent that the chakras are kind of like these constellations, right? Like constellations are not like real objects in the sky. They are kind of human conceptions which are imposed upon a background because those things somehow seem more prominent to our cognitive apparatus. Like it's not that Orion or Big Dipper do not exist. They do exist, but they exist only from our perspective. So the same way I would say maybe to me, I suspect that the chakras are kind of something that we have imposed as a means of making sense of a much vaster background. So that's why in some systems you only talk about 7 chakras. In like more detailed text, they talk about like 108 chakras, and So I think you can look at it at different ways, and I think that's one of the beauties of this kind of the Indian mind sciences per se, in that the role of the subjective observer is very valued, and so you cannot really take that out of the equation.
Okay, so with that, let's beautiful presentation, brilliant presentation. So we have a little bit time left. We, as Manoj is being nervous now, that we have to vacate the place by 3 because there is another event tomorrow. They have to prepare this room, so that's the challenge we have. So, but I think we have enough time for us to listen to our next final speaker today. And as you know, Ayurveda is widely known in this country. There are several thousand Ayurvedic practitioners in America today, and they have one challenge: their hands are tied because of FDA and other rules. They cannot do certain things or talk about certain things. So there is a challenge. One of the pioneers who's actually battling this idea that we need to have Ayurveda in the mainstream healthcare system is none other than Hilary Garibaldi. She is the executive director of National Ayurvedic Medical Association, NAMA. Many of you have heard of it, and principal founder of Ayurvedic Health Education Services, which offers education and training programs in Ayurveda throughout the United States and Canada. Hilary is also the founder and former dean of the Kripalu School of Ayurveda and has more than 20 years of experience in teaching Ayurveda daily, living tools, and Ayurvedic therapy techniques. She received her training at the New England Institute of Ayurvedic Medicine and advanced training in India from the Rishikesh College of Ayurveda and the Jiva Institute. Hilary has served on the National Ayurvedic Medical Association board since 2006 and is active in advancing Ayurvedic medicine through initiatives throughout the United States. So please welcome Hilary Garibaldi to speak to us about her work and what is going on in future. So
I will keep it short. I don't have slides.
You don't?
Thanks. So you can get that.
You don't have slides?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks. This has been wonderful to just gather with people interested in Ayurveda and yoga. I really always appreciate that. And I'm here, as a representative of the Ayurvedic community at large in the United States, which has developed over the course of the last 30 years or so. In a country that doesn't know much about Ayurveda, but luckily in a country that yoga started to become popular in. And, it has become popular through its exercise, approach and the simple things about yoga and not so much around its philosophy in general. Though that's changing, and like anything else, when something's introduced into a new culture and a new place, it takes a while to digest it and to understand it. But in my experience of all of this, I believe that all of these things that all these wonderful professors and scientists have shared with us today are, in essence, some of the most subtle things about these sciences that get into our being, get into our bodies and our vibration that we can't put our finger on. We don't understand what's happening to us, even in the simplest of the yoga classes out there that might be held in a YMCA gymnasium by somebody trained 2 months ago. There still is an experience that people have in moving their bodies, in becoming still, in breathing deeply, that people walk away feeling. There's just no doubt about it. And the more people have these experiences, and you pile 30 years of this, on top of all the other experiences people are having, the more people understand that there's something here. There's something that's great, has great depth. I feel better. I feel more peaceful. All of that is very real, even though we can't prove it, in the scientific papers. It's just how people feel. So we were lucky as a profession of Ayurveda to have yoga starting that path for us, because we had many people that had this experience in those rooms, in those gymnasiums, in those little churches, or wherever the classes were held, that began to have a curiosity around, what is this? There's something to it. It's deep. I feel it on a very, personal level. And because Ayurveda being the sister science, the term Ayurveda started showing up even in, these classrooms and all. And when the first teachers of Ayurveda, or the first writings, started here in the United States, probably in the 70s, there was an openness. So we're really grateful for all those that came before us, and then of course to the motherland, and all those that came before us that knew it on this deeper level, that was cognized on a plane that none of us know or have really experienced. That seed was planted and was given to us. I think of this as the rishis, this link behind us that, just plants the seed to the next, generation. And it's, I think one wonderful thing about the United States is the openness in many ways to bring many different kinds of thought, to one plane, one place for people to taste and experiment with and all. And so there was some reason it came across the ocean here. And on that same note, whether you believe this or not anymore, given the state of our government, the United States is often looked up to as a place where things, happen and grow and are created or are innovated. And so we hold a great responsibility here in the United States to nourish and to champion Ayurveda, because the world looks at us. And what we do here is really important, And we saw that in a funny way, and this is really shared to me more by my Indian colleagues and friends than my own understanding of it personally. But when yoga came to the West, it had lost so much of its essence in India, amongst the people, or at least the appreciation of it amongst the people of India, due to the British rule. And I forget the term you used earlier. I wrote it down.
Colonial.
Colonial hangover. I hadn't heard that. I absolutely love it, because that's what's been shared with me, that your respect for your own science and your own heritage began to be chopped away and diminished over those hundreds of years that they had the rule. But when the West, like the United States, started recognizing and valuing yoga as this, where did this come from? This is amazing. There is such depth here and all of that, that a resurgence began back in India. And the very same thing really has happened with Ayurveda too. And so it's really a privilege on many levels and an incredible burden on another to be in this place of shepherding Ayurveda forward in the global scene, because if we don't do a good job here, it's not going to bode well for Ayurveda. So I'm in the position with a whole group of other people, and many of them are in this room, just people that have been contributing to growing Ayurveda in this country, toward really setting the standards, as best we can in a country that is different than India. Things can't be exactly the same here until our rules and laws allow us to practice fully and openly. So the introduction of Ayurveda has been that very slow step-by-step that we saw with acupuncture, you know, where the first schools of acupuncture were 500-hour schools teaching really just very basics. The same thing has happened with Ayurveda, but it was the bite-sized pieces that we could all do and the way that we could introduce it to the rest of the American community. And I'm proud to be involved in those pieces of the growth of Ayurveda. I was fortunate enough to be in a position to help the Kripalu Yoga Center, which is one of the largest yoga centers in North America, establish an introductory program in Ayurveda. You know, they have 30,000 people that go through that center, not more than that now. Every year, they got exposed to Ayurveda, you know, and we have wonderful teachers and Vaidjas that collaborated with us and taught, and in my experience, and I'm not a Vaidya, and I'm not, I studied, you know, with many people and know decent enough about Ayurveda to teach it to the layperson. I don't pretend that I'm a doctor of Ayurveda or know that depth, because there's so much there. The one thing I've learned is that we could study this the rest of our lives and not know it all. But what I have been able to share are the practical tools, the things that are so profound, just the breath, right? You know, in yoga, just teaching somebody the breath, teaching somebody about daily routines and foods that can balance you. That's more than enough to be able to share with somebody, you know, to help them to get their feet underneath them. And it's that stuff that is really making a difference to the Americans that come to Ayurveda, for them to understand that these things are so simple, and in their simplicity, they're complex. Why does something so simple have such a profound effect on me? So I love the idea that we're engaging in science and engaging and exploring the reasons behind these things, because we do have to explain that to the West in order to become recognized. And, you know, I have mixed feelings about that. You know, I don't want to bow to and diminish any aspect of Ayurveda in any way just to be recognized. That isn't what we're here to do. And if we aren't able to practice, if we aren't able to be out there and offer these things because we're not recognized, you know, sort of that chicken and the egg or the catch-22, we've got to find a way to educate people to value us, and to understand that there is something behind this medicine and this science, both yoga and Ayurveda. I see these so linked. So I'm grateful for the work that the Bhasin Center of Excellence is doing, and all of you in your research studies to help us in mainstreaming this. We're working hard to, the National Ayurvedic Medical Association has established a certification board, and we're creating certification exams, which is one of the first steps to really professionalize and to be recognized as a profession, a real profession. Usually, you know, the organization sets the standards, helps to develop the competencies and the guidelines that go with it. We build an exam to test our professionals. And along the way, we've been trying to inch and level up education and what we believe should be educational models here. It still won't meet the higher model that we want right away, but we have that pie in the sky. We're reaching for an Ayurvedic doctor and a PhD and all the things that we could do here with Ayurveda, but we have to start where we can. So there's this building, and we are now creating an accreditation council to actually thoroughly and really review the programs that are currently operating in the United States, and to nourish and help them along to begin to move their standards up so that we can feel equal to other health professions in the United States, where we can work alongside them. And again, I think we're lucky in this period of time in the United States, and we have medical doctors in here, and medical researchers in here, and there is more of an openness to study and to understand these systems than ever before. And so I think it's a perfect time for us to become established and to be able to hold hands and create more integrative models where we're studying both things side by side and finding out what's working, what isn't working, how is it working. And maybe something like Ayurveda, maybe something like these bhasanas, or maybe something, like the mantra is going to work in a situation that nothing has worked in before, right? So I'm hopeful that this is all happening. And it only happens when we have these sorts of gatherings and when we spread the knowledge more, and that we have conversations that bring this up and bring it forward and not hide behind the scenes, which is a danger when your profession isn't legal yet. It's pretty easy to hide under the covers and go, and not be out there talking about it, because we actually literally can be shut down for practicing medicine without a license. It's a real thing. And there are some certain states that have put forward safe harbor health freedom legislation that allows unlicensed professionals to operate without this threat over their head. There's only 10 of them in the United States. We're actually working on a bill right now in the state legislature here in Massachusetts. So anybody who wants to help or go and talk to their legislators to pass a health freedom bill here in Massachusetts so that we can sort of come out of the cupboards a little bit more. And that's really important, that we get recognized, on that level. And be able to come out and talk about this and be at medical conferences and be at scientific conferences and all of that. So I think that's where we are right now, and we're working really hard. There's many professionals and practitioners and schools and research groups and people out there that are helping move this forward. And we've got colleagues and friends in India that are supporting these efforts too, because they realize how important, again, it is. If the United States is able to set these standards, how important that will be for the world. And in many ways, we're way beyond any other country as far as that goes. There's the work that we've been able to do in the United States is a model that could be used in other, and there's great interest all over the world now in Ayurveda. So different. 10, 20 years ago, we didn't see Ayurveda in Brazil or Ayurveda in Australia or Ayurveda, in Africa. And now, it's everywhere, as well as yoga, of course. But so there is momentum and there's energy, building around this. So if we all just keep up our good work and continue to gather and support one another and share what we know, that's the way it's going to happen. So I want to thank you all. I also noticed, in some of the introductions that many of you are interested in learning more about Ayurveda. So I just want to say, go to the National Ayurvedic Medical Association website, and you'll find many programs and schools listed there. But I also want to put a shout out to the Boston Ayurveda School that's right here in Boston, and that Anusha Sagal is the main teacher in, which is a great beginning place for anybody in the Eastern Massachusetts area. It's a weekend course, and very accessible. There are many others out there too. Some have a little bit more distance education in it, but if you are interested, start with a school that's really, has been focusing on introducing Ayurveda, and then it'll just go from there. It'll happen. You'll just find your people and your way to understand it. But you do have to start at the beginning. You do need to know all these little things. You need to know the darshans. You need to know the basics of the Panchamahabhutas and the gunas and all these things that you've heard before. But like anything else, if you're not instructed by a teacher and begin in the process, some of this information doesn't really lodge appropriately. So I encourage you to study and to learn more about it so that it informs your research and informs your next steps in things, because there's incredible depth to this, and you won't be disappointed once you start. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Hillary, for your work. We are with you, and Boston Center is with you, standing by you, and we'll work together for a long time to come. I just wanted to recognize Dr. Pratibha Shah in the audience. She is also Council of Ayurvedic Research. She has started and doing great work, and we would like to hear from you some other time about your work. One other person I want to recognize online, actually, some of you know Dr. Timothy McCall. He's actually joined us from California, and he has written a book, Yoga as Medicine, and a few other books. So thank you, Timothy. Sometimes we will love to hear from you through a webinar, perhaps. And the rest of you who have joined, please stay for a few more minutes, and we will be ending in next 10 minutes. Let me request Dr. Balram Singh to make some closing remarks, and then Pramit Makode will do a vote of thanks. So please stay for a few more minutes, and hopefully it will be a memorable program for you.
This has a really great experience for me, individually, personally. And I think we have met, at least from my perspective, the goal that we had set out for this discussion. I know some of you are here to learn a little bit more about Ayurveda, but almost everybody is from some technical background. So you probably understand, and we were a little bit worried about that, whether we are going too much into science and whether the audience will be too much of interested in what to do and how to do it. But it's great that the questions have been fantastic, and most importantly, even though we started maybe 30 minutes late, and we are still, thanks to Manoj's 37 trillion cells.
No, mine. You have to give credit to me now.
No, this guy is important. He, 37 trillion, I'm always, whenever I now think of him, I think about 37 trillion. This guy is not Manoj anymore.
I wonder how did he count them wrong?
But he said not only counted, he knows what they do. Each one of them. So I'm now afraid going around him. He will be finding out all my cells what they're doing. And we are worried about he knows what our brain cells are doing. Then he will be getting their thoughts about the brain. So, but anyway, I think it's the one other thing that he did not mention is that none of us, maybe most of us know this, but there are 100 trillion bacteria in our body also. Yeah. So it's very important that not to get too excited about 37 trillion.
But you must have realized by now, Dr. Singh is not as innocuous as you may think, working with botulinum.
Yeah. And I have curly hair, so I mean, already twisted. Once I had a seminar which was attended by one of the colonial mindset guy, Michael Witzel from Harvard.
Oh yeah. Right.
And then this was on origin of Indian civilization, and so there's a group. He had a group that they were all very excited, and saying all these guys are talking garbage and all that. And then they couldn't find anything else because I'm a chemist, I'm not Indologist. So this guy who organized, he has this messy hair. They couldn't find anything. I hadn't written anything about Indology. What can they criticize? So they said this guy who organized has messy hair. I don't know where he comes from. So I appreciate all these comments, and I just want to take just a couple of minutes, I think, because we really do want to finish, and I am afraid of 37 trillion.
cells. I just want to summarize, what I observed, in simple way, in very simple way. I see Professor Sundar bringing this cosmic connection of body and mind, and that connects to physics and physiology. So my summary of that is complex system to another form of useful complex. It's very complex, whatever she talked about, also for especially those of us who do not practice Ayurveda, but just think about it, and she didn't say all of them, but they think about all these body types and subtypes, and then connect with the circadian rhythm and the season and the whole life. It's very complex to try to understand a different age and different group, but I think they're very useful. So I find that it was very well said, and I think the message is very clear. And Manoj, Bhasin, as you can see, making simple practices extremely complex. 7 billion cells with 3.8 billion base pairs involved in gazillion pathways. You never heard the gazillion, I just made it up. Gazillion, everybody says, I just thought I need to do something else. It's the Ayurveda conference, we should come up with new ideas. And Dr. Venkatraman used really, this is very important. Actually, I don't know why I think you said that it is science, right? Or you said that you don't think it's science.
I don't think it's science.
Somebody else said it's not really, people don't think it's really science, right?
Yeah, it's a different area of science. Is not.
Tantra and mantra which mystically affect biology through brain and mind. And the important thing in breaking taboos and complex social norms to look at it. Since I talked a little bit about how the culture affects what we think of science. So I think it's wonderful. Not that I knew about this until today, but even you told that it's breaking all the norms. Look at things the way they are. Why are you trying to make all this, superimpose your own concepts of how you think about? We all are biased, subjective in our own ideas. So I think in that sense, actually, it may be a true science. It will eventually, because you look at things the way, there used to be a time when I was growing in India, we wouldn't shake hands with women because that was considered not a social acceptable. You wouldn't ever use the word sex when there are, at least I'm talking about men. When women are around, you don't use the word sex. But now if people just talk about it, and they have all kind of details about it also. And I tried to expand the concept of darshan-based yoga and Ayurveda to expand outreach of science. So, think about a little bit, bring the simplicity of darshanas to science to make them less complex. Hopefully that we will succeed someday. Hillary just finished advancing knowledge of Ayurveda to people through standardized practice. And she is pleading that people should really get involved in helping as well as taking advantage of it. A simple lifestyle to uncomplex life. Life is very complex, but if you can get to this simple way, that will be very helpful. And audience keep the discussion focused and relevant, simply very useful. And I think we find it very, very useful. I think Kanchan, I have a few other slides, but I don't think I need to go any more in my concluding remarks. It has been a wonderful experience. I think this idea, when we were thinking initially, we were not sure because it's a relatively short notice, but Manoj was great to not only come up with the facility here, and host this, but also gave some ideas to put together. So I'm very happy, and we hope that we will get some more feedback from all the people online as well as you. Feel free to be connected with us, give us ideas from your perspective, and because that will be very important to advance this field. It's very, very important to be connect with everyone, and from your perspective, we connect so that we can try to think about and finding more speakers or researchers and publications and whatever else is needed. We are very committed. The Boston Center is very, very committed, and I'm very, very thankful for all of you to be here and participate in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Yes, there will be a couple of announcements. I'll do that. Before that, Dr. Singh didn't say it here. He has set a goal. In 10 years' time, we want to change the paradigm. There will be paradigm shift, and this is our mission right now. We may not look like in this small room, but hundreds of people, scientists like Dr. Rama and others are actually working with us. What we need, your help, not only knowledge, we need knowledge, but also resources, including funding. We are aiming to raise $100 million in next endowment fund, and also funding for research, so that we can help Hillary and others organization to do the job they are doing, accreditation and other research and legal and all these things. So next 10 years is very crucial, and our team, our board is 100% committed to this. And with all of you, we will make a huge difference in the lives of people, healing people, helping people to reduce their pain and suffering, and help our country to reduce cost and complications from modern medicine together, not as an isolated system. So with that, I request Pramit Makode, who is also co-founder of Boston Center of Excellence and a director. His background is information technology. He has done a lot of work, especially in the healthcare sector, with the United Healthcare Group and many other groups. So short bio, and please, Pramit, do your vote of thanks.
So respected Dr. Jayasundar, Dr. Balram Singh, Manoj Bhasin ji, the 37 trillion, and all our most valued guests. An event like this need a lot of planning and coordination, and we are really grateful to have a dedicated team who delivers it successfully. Thanks to Kanchan to start with. Kanchan, you always do a great job for all of us.
Together.
It's a privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion on behalf of the organized committee. I really thank all of you. A big thanks to Bhasin Systems Biomedicine Lab, Boston Center of Excellence for Health and Human Development, Institute of Advanced Sciences, and Harvard Medical Teaching School, Indo-US Health Initiatives for supporting and sponsoring this event. A special thanks once again to Professor Rama that you flew all the way from India and shared your work with us. I'm grateful to all the speakers from, once again, Dr. Rama, Manoj ji, Dr. Balram Singh ji, Hillary, Dr. Anand. Thanks for sharing your great work and for such an insightful session. See, I think more and more collaboration between East and West is very much required. We did a very extensive study back in India with 250,000 subjects in 65 districts across India on diabetes. We screened the diabetic and pre-diabetic patients and gave them a yoga, meditation, and nutrition-based intervention for 3 months. And every week we have studied the results and the progress. But the way you have presented and the way you have captured here, I think if we do more collaboration and partnership, those kind of studies will be much more impactful and meaningful to the whole world. With that, I would also like to acknowledge the dedication of all the volunteers and coordinators. Once again, Dr. Rajkumar from Institute of Advanced Sciences, you always, and you and your team always helps us a lot. Particularly, Hemanti ji, Kanchan Banerjee, Pavan Roy, Jay Gupta, all of you always help us, and it's a great team that make it very successful. I would also like to thank Dr. Madhusudan Sanyal, who is I think with Hemanti was mentioning that you always provide a lot of support to us. Then Mr. Rajiv, Dr. Vikas Marchia, Mr. Satish Jha, Dr. Purnima, and Dr. Pratibha, you are always a great support. You and your team is a great support to all of us. So I think with that, I would like to extend thanks to all the distinguished guests and participants. It was a wonderful session, and I would like to end with a grand applause to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that. So just one announcement and then two announcements. I know we have to vacate the place. We'll take a picture if you please join, especially with all the speakers. It will take probably 2 to 3 minutes. As you know, I mentioned we regularly conducting webinars also, just like this. And the next one is on June 15th. June 15th. You should have received an invitation by now, or if you have not, you will get it. June 15th, Dr. Harish Sharma, who is at the Ohio State University, he has done a lot of work in similar to Manoj Bhasin's work, but he's actually into practice, and he has done a lot of clinical work. So we will send you the invitation. And I think July 19th, we are planning 20th, we are planning for a symposium like this. And we'll announce the actual topic and subject, but it will be very interesting. Both practitioners of yoga and Ayurveda with the scientists sitting together and discussing. So we'll invite you to that event as well. And Pativaji, you wanted to say something?
Just one quick thing I want to say is that we have talked about research, and I know at another time I'll have more time to share about it, but I just wanted to share with everyone present in the room that we have the Council for Ayurveda Research that has been established exactly for this purpose of bringing the two streams together. And we have recently established our India entity, which is also an NGO. And I would like to, everybody to support that as well, because I think that is the medium of bringing the two streams together. I will be in India in July. API, American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, they are doing their 30th Global Summit, and I was asked to put together an Ayush panel. So we have a very strong panel going there. If we have any message from Bhasin Center, etc., it's a great platform. It's a huge, like a 4-day event of mainstream practitioners. We'll have the Ayush secretary there as well. So we would love to convey it.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add a little bit of thankfulness to 3 people I see in the audience, apart from Pramit has mentioned. One is Dr. Vikas Marcha. He's a physician. We are friends for many, many years. So recently we met again due to Dr. Purnima, your help. So thank you for all your support and help. Sarita ji sitting next quietly, always there to help us. Of course, Jai Gupta ji's name was mentioned. And today I saw something incredible. I forgot your name, sir. He is carrying the food and all this. I couldn't believe this is real yoga, karma yoga. So thank you, and thank you for being with us. So we'll take a picture, and then let's see how we can arrange quickly.
I think arrange around it.
Here. So move this.
Yeah. This looks like something on the mat.
We can.
Yeah, I have it. Okay. I hope